Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. As always, my name is Shogun Shin and you are the audience, and it is Tuesday. We are back with some more Final Fantasy 14. I have a brand new mic stand, so now I can put my mic closer to my face, which is very exciting. Which is also weird though, because I'm getting used to it. So that also means that I don't know how loud I need to actually be talking. In which I think I'm actually too loud. There, I think that's a little bit better. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. But we are back with some more Final Fantasy 14 as part of our new game plus run through of Shadowbringers. And the last thing that I remember doing is I think we were literally right at Mount Gold. I think that is what is on the that is on the agenda. So we can just queue in right now. I think I might be able to finish tonight. Maybe I either can finish tonight or I'll definitely finish tomorrow, which is really important because I go on vacation Thursday. So that's actually really important that I try to finish beforehand. But yeah, we'll queue in. We'll see how long queue takes, and if it takes too long, then obviously we'll run trust and all that good stuff. But we'll see what happens. But as I said beforehand, I have a new mic stand. I actually have a boom arm now, so it allows me to manually adjust the distance in which the microphone is to my face, which I'll be honest, with having it this close to me, it's really invasive. I feel a little uncomfortable with how like invasive this is. But at the same time, it allows me to have clear audio, which is always nice to have. That being said, this is not without its problems, considering the fact that I need to I can't put it in front of my face, unfortunately. So like the microphone itself, the mic stand itself, only moves in two directions, and one-dimensionally, in which I can't actually like tilt it and rotate it and stuff like that, which kind of sucks. But at the same time, this was like 15 bucks, and I'm like, okay. You know what? 15 bucks, not that bad. Decent enough. I just need to be able to, you know, bring it closer and move it farther away from me. Average wait time is less than 5 minutes. What can I do in the meantime? 32 allowances. Kind of wish I had 33. Yeah, I might be able to finish tonight. I don't know though. Just cuz like I know that there's a lot of stuff to do in the Tempest, but if we maybe there's not as much actually. There might not be as much as I think there is. Ooh, the monk's watching the cutscene. Oh, well, he was. All right. Onwards.
So it is you. You will not defile my new paradise.
Go hard here. Probably didn't need a TV in there. I was trying to gauge to see how long they would stay alive, and I'm like, there's still a decent amount up. Alright, that might have been a mistake. It's fine. I still got Shadow Wall, and I just got Reprisal up, so... fine. And I have a Bristle. Should be okay. Worst comes to worst, I can always Blood Weapon. Keep going! Again. The wall. Fiction. Rampart. This is really hard to see all the AoEs. Woo. Spicy. Woo. Feels good. Feeling good. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Woo. I'll admit that was a rough pull. That one was rough just because I went hard. But it worked out. It worked out. I had my cooldowns under control. There were a couple close calls, but this was fine. Weird that this dungeon doesn't use the mid-boss theme that they added in, which is interesting. Also waste TBN, cool. Break so I can break TBN. But I got confused with the with trying to get my TBN in. Don't mind if I do. I didn't hit him. I don't think I hit him with my quietus. Awkward.
I will not suffer it!
Look, we're so high up.
Come no closer! Filthy creatures!
Oh, why did I do that? I've made a mistake. 'Cause now I'm just straight up overcapping. It sucks. All that blood gate's wasted. I need the gear from dungeons because of the fact that, primarily because I want to sell it to the Enclave so that way I can get my 40k. Yeah, weird. This dungeon doesn't use the mid-boss theme. I wonder why. Maybe because it's more dramatic, maybe? What's Tank Buster called? I don't remember. It's not that. Definitely not that one. That one catches it. the white meats not get hit? I thought for sure they were in AoE. Wow. Color me impressed.
Righteousness. And righteousness
this next pull is gonna be, we might die. We might die, and if that does happen, it's not the healer's fault, because this is gonna get, this one's gonna be real high. Gonna really hope they have benediction up for this one. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm pretty much out. Not like I need it though. Easy. But that being said, I did just burn it all on. I guess I could have gone harder still. Yeah, I could have gone harder. No, that's too hard. At that point, that's way too hard. Even that, like, that pull already scares me. Doing it up to here, like, gate to gate, ooh, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Maybe as a warrior, maybe, but, like, these hurt.
Very well.
Nice.
If you will not be discouraged.
All right. Ready? Let's go. It's rain wide. There's an ever so small max melee range, but I don't quite know where it is. I know there's a tank buster, I just don't know where it is. Or what it is, for that matter. You need to come back so I can hit you. That's not it. Yeah, that's that. Don't know what it is. Oh, whatever. I guess there's no point worrying about it. Oh, I think that's it. Sacrament. Yep. I'll recognize it eventually. No, no. I hope the limit break did something, but I don't know. Oh, nope. Nice. That. Give to the monk, I guess. Oh shit! Actually, I should have given it to the healer. Oopsies. That's on me. I should have given it to my healer because of all those hard pulls I did. Oops! I'm a terrible person. I completely forgot. Rip.
The end is near, my friends. We have found Vorthra's hiding place.
Unrepentant villains! Will you not be satisfied until you have brought disaster down upon your own heads?
Wow, that echo's real.
By your wickedness, you stand to gain naught but
The echo's so real that it almost is like it's almost really difficult to hear or understand.
You You could have lived bliss in my eternal paradise, free from the burdens of
I cannot laugh at that echo. It's so bad. It's just, oh my god, that echo is so real.
Forms. And I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might
Like,
justify the means.
it's jokingly bad.
Ignorant as I
Jokingly
was,
bad.
I had
It's
hoped
like
that you might
when
mend
you
your ways
like
and join
sarcastically
hands with
mimic
us.
an echo, like
That we
echo,
might
echo,
strive
echo,
to
and then
get the
times
happiness of
10.
all.
Like, oh no, oh no, it's no longer a joke.
Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words. Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself. If
Yeah,
your paradise
peace for
can be
all.
rebuilt so
All
long as you
being me,
alone survive,
obviously.
It exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Ooh.
Hear me, Vorthri. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect.
I've always wondered about stuff like this, like,
They know their own
so like
hearts.
like
They
the
know
people,
what
we
they
built the
want for this
Talos,
world.
it's there hanging in the air, and like they know we're going up there
And
to
by
like
lending
solve
their
to save the
strength to our
world. But like,
cause,
are they
they
just
have
watching?
spoken.
Like, what are they doing? Nothing else is happening down
No
there.
matter how
Like,
hard you may
if
try
people
to
were
bend the
fighting,
world to
sure,
your
like they're
will,
occupied, but they're just
we
watching
will
us
never
now,
yield.
and they can't see what's up here. Like, what are people on the ground doing? They see the Talos like, all right, I guess we go home now. That's it. We're done here.
lecture me, insolent worms. You will learn your place. With my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all.
Just chilling, you know. Yeah,
that
they're all
I
just
am the
like,
zenith of
okay,
mankind
you
and
know what
city
else?
to both, chosen to rule over creation by right of transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Oh, what gave that away? What gave that away, I wonder?
Find Vorthri. We will hold the Eaters here.
Okay.
Come, let's finish this.
All right. Now we queue in. Oh fuck! I didn't read the description for Crown. Yeah, or Mount Gold. Oh wait, no. Yes, I did. Whatever. It doesn't matter. All right. Crown of the Immaculate. Traversing the body of a giant Talos, born of the collective hopes of the realm's peoples, you have carved a path to Vothri's sanctuary. There, you corner the unrepentant Vothri, who declares his intent to expunge you and rule over creation as an immaculate being. At struggle's end, will man live a waking dream in a false paradise? Or will he live a painful existence in a harsh reality, yet be free to follow his own heart? Beneath a blazing sky, the battle for the fate of the world will unfold. One of my pieces is low. Ooh, it is low. It's fine. That's why we have our crafters. Alright. Queue into Crown. Dope. Yes. Yes, look at all this gear that I can turn in for money. Yes. Ooh, what's this? That looks nice. How'd that die? It's not the worst thing. Also the gloves, right? guys hear that? I hear music. Like over, like subtle. It's not there anymore, but like subtly, I can hear piano. And I never noticed that beforehand. So wait, where does? Oh, you go up and then you just keep climbing, huh? I can't keep going, right? Ah, damn. Right, because that up there is where the, right, that's where the fight takes place. Right. But yeah, you guys hear that? If it's ever so subtle. It's hard to notice over the baseline. And mostly all other optional content. Yeah, pretty much, Sonic. Yeah, I've done everything. I'm just running through New Game Plus real quick for Shadowbringers MSQ. But as far as optional content goes, I've done everything pretty much. I've done really after we finish Shadowbringers MSQ, I'm on vacation. Like that's where I'm at. I'm on vacation till Endwalker basically. But I wanted to run through New Game Plus at least once, just because of when I first ran through MSQ, Shadowbringers MSQ. This is before I started streaming it, and so I wanted to at least catalog my at least some journey, some aspect of journeying through Shadowbringers. That way, I had something at least like that I could look back on. But and then when Endwalker drops, then I'll definitely be streaming that like literally until we finish MSQ. Like once Endwalker drops, that's all I'm gonna be streaming, cause it's Endwalker and duh. Dude, it's 7 minutes. That feels bad actually. That feels kind of bad. Come on, people. Do your trial roulettes. Because that counts. There's nothing for me to do. There's nothing for me to do. I literally don't. Okay. I guess we'll go. All right. While we're waiting queue, I'm going to go to Gold Saucer. Do a mini cat pack or something, like, I don't have anything to do other than wait. And apparently, nobody wants to do Crown of the Immaculate, even though it's a bang and done trial. Want me to join for heals or deeps? Maybe, actually. Actually, maybe. We'll see how this queue works. The problem is that I still need another tank. I needed 2 healers and 3 DPS. So it's like, there's still enough holes that it's just awkward. Because I'm still missing so much more still. Is there anyone in my free company right now? Where's free company? Who's on? Nobody. Cool. Tank queues usually aren't. Usually not long at all. Healer tank queues usually are not long at all. But apparently people just aren't on. And the people who are on apparently don't want to do Crown of the Immaculate, so feels bad. Nobody's doing the tri roulettes, or they've already done them. Is there anything else that I can do right now? Not really. Not really. Oh, I got something. I got something. While we wait, let's go to the firmament. There might be stuff going on in the firmament. There's nothing going on in the firmament. I'm sad. I can't do anything in New Game Plus. Did I do everything in Bosnia? I started. Yeah. Well, sort of. I ran through. So I've run through like the quest line of Bosnia. I still technically need to get like all the. What do you call them? All like the pages or whatever, the historical pages, whatever they are. I still need to get those because you collect them all, you get the mount, but it's really hard to get those because some of them are just random. A lot of them actually are just random drops that you get from completing critical engagements and or through Dalriado or Castrum. And it's like, oh, this is not fun. And I'm not in the mood to start another relic weapon. So I have like no reason to run Bosnia right now. Unless I wanted to do Delubrum Savage. Because you can get the mount, you can get a mount there, but that's also rough too. See, if like 2 of these positions were filled, I would consider queuing it as like a oh I got a healer! Oh, I got a healer! Oh! But if like if 2 of these positions were filled, I would consider queuing out and then queuing into whatever to fill to see if there was an Exus somewhere. What's the adventure in need for trials right now? Tank? Really? I beg to differ. Well, okay, that's fair. So far, I have, but basically, as far as Shadowbringers goes, I have virtually nothing to do in this. Oh yes, nice, got it, hell's yeah. I swear to God, I swear. Okay, it's like I swear to fucking God, don't do this to me, don't you dare do this to me. He's watching cutscene. Red Mage? Alright, alright. I should really put Lollyho to a hotbar rather than having to open up my emote menu. And we're off.
Come! Prepare for justice! This will be a mercy.
That Realm Razor? Is that raid wide? I don't remember what the tank buster is for this fight either.
To me, my servants, feast upon these villains and their foul sin.
Alright, those ads aren't my job. I'm currently main tanking, so. Ow.
I will crush you. Fight if you refuse to die. I will strip you of the illusion of will. And you will suffer. Yes, that will be your punishment. Receive of me my blessing and rise higher!
Right. Again, ads, not my problem. Main tanking. if he got immune, then I'm like, all right, I'll help. But he didn't, so it's not my job. Look at that. This is not bad salted earth. It's pretty centered. Low-key, I'm actually really excited the fact that salted earth is not, I don't have to target the ground anymore. I'm actually low-key so excited. Gross. Gross. Oh, I should not have. Oh, well. Get him, Frey! Get him! Yeah! Still doing damage! Oh, you were right. Ah, damn it. It was so excited. I was like, yeah, still doing damage! Hells yeah!
The light surges within me. I see.
Oh no, he's hot!
Is the passion of my ascension. Anywhere, I shall embrace this triumph.
Round 2! That's what it is. Rex is bold. That's what it is. Am I planning on doing EU MSQ target? No, actually. I'm actually gonna probably play as probably Warrior, if anything. Yeah, most likely I'll play Warrior. I just wanted to do Dark Knight for New Game Plus just because Shadowbringers, Dark Knight made sense. I also don't have Paladin level because Paladin is boring. And I'm allowed to say that because I briefly leveled Gladiator and Paladin when I had my ult. So I'm allowed to say that. Paladin is boring. Oh, ow.
Your reckoning comes.
You kill the one that has the thing, right? That's how this works, right? I actually don't remember. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. You kill the one that's like doing the thing in the center. Because the last time I did this, I did it in a trial. I did it in a trial roulette. And yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you definitely kill the one that's putting the thing in. Yeah, last time I did this was in the trial roulette, and we didn't do that. We died. And I was like, I don't remember this. No, my blood weapon. If I did care enough to tank, I'd probably go Paladin. Nah, man, do Gunbreaker. I've never played Gunbreaker, but it's basically 3 DPS and a trench coat. Do Gunbreaker. Paladin's boring. They're like, oh, righteousness, ooh, you're gonna do good. Nah, fuck that. Nah, fuck that. Be evil, do crime.
Know your place.
overzealous on the LB3, but I can respect it. A little tight here. Getting a little tight here.
Atone with your life.
I always forget that Gunbreaker exists, no idea why. I feel like it's a tank job that, like, is really, really popular. But I just don't see them that often. Like, I know, like, it's one of those jobs that's, like, you know is really popular, but for some reason, you just never see them. Ooh, no commands. Feels bad. Alright. Wow. Is that Vothri? I know, right? He got hot. I see. It's finally over then. Now night will return to all Norvrent, bringing salvation to both our two worlds. Upon speaking to Reed, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Woo. He got something, but it was not. I don't know. I don't know. You see those golden locks? I don't know, man. I don't know.
I am righteousness. And I am a god.
Yes, and I am a god killer. That's kind of what I do.
As man and sin eater both.
Gross.
I can
Look at him. Look at that symmetry in his face. Look at that. That's the definition of beauty right there.
worship me. How can this be? I should be the one looking down at you.
Are we the bad guys? Are we the bad guys? Are we the bad guys? Oh god. Oh no. Are we the villains?
Damn you. I am your god.
Reminds me of one of the higher level personas. A little bit, yeah. Oh, it's weirder now that I can do it close to the mic. Oh, it's weirder now. Ooh. Ooh. I didn't think about that. Mmm, tasty. Cool. Everything's fine. Let's go home.
Look, the sky.
I can't remember. Did we, after Amarang, did we immediately travel to Calusia, or did we travel to the Crystarium first? I think we traveled to the Crystarium. Yeah, I think we traveled to the Crystarium.
Were it
first, I
not
think
for my
so.
decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me. I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected
I hate
to
that
such
goatee so
deplorable
much.
treatment, such
Now that dude's hot.
You have my sympathies, sir.
Yeah, you're right.
You
Zoning,
do
you're right.
so
It's the
much
goatee.
good for this city.
It's the goatee
You do
for me.
so
It's just
much
like,
more. Were you not surrounded by fools?
Yeah, got that landing strip right there. Oh yeah, sexy. Hells yeah. If I were a woman, I'd be dripping right now. Actually, no, I'm dripping already. Straight up.
My apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign.
I like his shoes.
But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb,
Gross.
we shall create a transcendent being. A king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in
Emmett
question.
Soak's just like, hey yo, let me fuck your girl, and you get to be God. Deal? I mean, look at those shoes. Look at those loafers. Hells yeah. Look at those. Don't pay attention to this. Nobody cares about this. Look at these. Look at these shoes. Look at those kicks. Hells yeah, man. Those are fresh. Those are fresh, yo.
With this gift, my line shall be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
Nobody cares.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
Gasp! It was Emmett Silk the whole time? Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh. Alright, if we hadn't... I would like to think that if we hadn't gotten the exposition flashback,
Are you all right?
I think we would have been okay.
Say something.
The migraine that we experienced was just... It was too much, and it we let our guard down.
She's beginning to
And
turn.
we were okay. We were everything was all G
Now
until
is the
then.
time.
Urianger with his secrets.
It's changing back.
So get wrecked, Calusia, okay? And here's why. Here's why. Everywhere else that we went to and brought the night back, there was at least one day where people were like, "Oh my God, the night sky!" But Calusia, like, they got the night sky, and then 2 seconds later, JK, lol, world's still ending. Get wrecked, idiots.
And so I shall relieve you of it.
There is a 75% chance that I might cry again in watching the scene. there is a 75% chance I might cry again.
Exarch, what are you doing?
Considering it would be higher. Actually, no, I'll say 60%. I'll say 60% considering the fact that I've watched it so many times now from other people playing through Shadowbringers, but like,
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower. And
there's a
use
good
it to
chance.
travel
It's
throughout the
still
world.
over 50%. 100%. It's still 50. Still over 50% that I might actually cry.
Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
So there are a lot of people who are really divisive about this, of like, the extra betrayed us. Like, no, that's fucking bullshit. I remember seeing this for the first time. I was like, I'm here for this. I'm here for this plot twist. I want this so bad. I did not think I wanted a plot twist like this until it happened. I was like, yes, this is so good.
You all Let him go.
But I know that so many people were like, watching people reactions, they're like, what? No, this is bullshit. Like, no, dude, this is great. This is the greatest plot twist.
You knew of this, Urianger.
I wanted him to actually be the bad guy. Yeah.
'Tis all a fiction.
Yeah. I wanted him to just like actually be the bad guy and be like, you know what? I'm cool with this. This is great.
The Exarch will never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Again, Shadowbringers, like, we started off with major horror story vibes, and then after Ilmeg, we went to just, oh, I have depression now. And then we just keep going down. It doesn't get better. We just get more sad.
From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrent.
Urianger's so good at keeping secrets.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered. Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
We were gonna go adventuring together. We were gonna ride the eternal wind together. Gasp. Took me longer than it should have to get what was really happening. Same, honestly, same. Also, and his name is John Cena. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I'll admit that it was, when I did this the first time, it was so long since I did Crystal Tower that I had to replay Crystal Tower beforehand to remember what happened in Crystal Tower. And then I did this and I was like, this checks out. That makes sense. It doesn't make the reveal any less impactful. It doesn't make the reveal any less impactful because it's just like, it's what I think knowing that the Crystal Exarch is Graha is one of those things where it's like you always knew it was him, but then it's revealed to you and you're still shocked by it. But you're like, you know, we all knew, we all absolutely knew, and it's just like still shocking. Also, yes, 911, I'd like to report a murder. My husband shot my other husband. Now this is a plot twist that I did not expect to happen.
Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such
like,
individuals
this was definitely like a, playing this back, this was definitely like a curse your surprising yet inevitable betrayal. This was definitely like, oh, what? This is a plot twist that I didn't see coming. Which again, should have. Like,
that he went through
should have, didn't, and I'm like, why didn't we? Honestly.
It's almost admirable in its absurdity.
Hey.
Alas.
Hey,
it's not your
you be nice to husband number 6, alright? He's old.
But ours.
You bastard!
I only didn't see it coming because of how many times he said he was only there to observe.
Your friend is still
alive,
but whether he remains so depends.
Yeah, I thought we were cool. I thought we were all chill and everything was fine, and then this happened, and I'm like, I should have known. Just, I'm not mad at him. I'm just mad at myself.
I placed my faith in you.
Also, Emmett Selk saying that you're a disappointment is just like, oh, that hurts. That hurts. that cuts a lot deeper than I feel like it should.
To becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
Yeah, actually it feels a lot worse than I feel like it should. Like,
I am an Asian. My heart heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining.
Dope. Oh, we're still on that, huh?
100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes. When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vorthri.
Right. Logriff
Thanks
was
to your
Gaia.
meddling,
Right, got it. I
that
was like,
too
which one
has
was
ended in
Logriff again?
failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth?
Emmett
You
likes to
were
watch.
specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided she could contain and control the light. If not, then she, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening.
Oh no, I'm so sad. No.
Even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Light Wardens willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away. And I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried.
Ew.
You still retain your form and your senses. But you have all but become a Sin Eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into Sin Eaters. And in time you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you. But before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished. Ah, the irony. What Vorthri achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair. But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero.
Again, Emmett likes to watch. No, husband number 6. Bring back my husband, you bitch.
I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero.
Something about Emmett floating in the sky that just looks weird.
I pity you, I do.
Okay.
Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you.
Number 6 with the other 5. So Hashavant's 1. Amaric is 2. Asinian's 3. Heian is 4. Emmett Selk is 5. And then the Exarch is 6. Boom.
When it all becomes too much to bear,
Done.
seek me out of my abode in the
Easy.
dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes.
Didn't even miss it. Yeah.
Till then,
Yeah, of course.
I bid you farewell, Eater.
Wake up, damn it. Oh, gross. I slipped in my armor again. I hate it when I do that. Hey, ghost boyfriend. What's up?
Ah, finally.
Emmett Soga's in that list. Arbert's not. Arbert's dead. Arbert's dead. Fucking, it's different. So it's different. Also, Arbert's technically us, and like, that gets into weird territory.
After you collapsed, Emmett Soga.
That gets into real odd territory, honestly.
Then Reen did what she could to stay the.
Because at that point, like one, Arbert's dead. He's a spooky ghost, and then two, Arbert's basically us, which is also weird. Like, is that at that point? Is that like that's like weird masturbation incest problems? And I'm not getting into that. All right, I'm not getting into that. You have to ignore the plot here. He's hot. I don't think we have to. I don't think we should ignore that one. I don't think we should ignore that plot. I think it's a relevant plot to not ignore. I think it's relevant enough that we shouldn't ignore something like this. I think it's relevant just enough.
It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrat is shrouded in light again.
Oof.
And it's because
nice
of
name, by the way. Thanks. It's Eureka armor. Worked hard for this. It's my fucking Eureka gear, man. I worked hard for this shit.
When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. Now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears while searching for a way to save you.
Ah, that's nice. It's a shame that it's not going to do any good, but that's nice. I appreciate the thought. I'm a real glowy boy.
If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
Reassuring the masses. The manager of suites seems surprised to see you up and about. Oh, miss, you're awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gold, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky has, well, I'm sure you've seen, it has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Bragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire after your condition. Really? That's weird. Bragi? Really? Isn't he the dude that, like, manages the markets? That's kind of weird. That's actually a little weird that he's the one that's visited me several times. Yeah, Bragi's the one that manages the markets. Odd. This is a little odd, but okay. You think it'd be like Lena or literally anybody, any of the Scions. Like, wait. What, like, I'm not complaining, mind you. I'm not complaining, but it's just like, Really? He's obviously the most important character. You're right. You guys right. He manages the market boards. That's important, man. He manages the market boards. That's super important. Well, look who's back from the dead. It was a grim sight. Your companions looking fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I fear you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked White, what is this world coming to? But moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that the Crystarium folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever the misery of the fates deemed fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing your hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you. Now see, Chesamil, that makes sense. She's the healer. That's her job, to make sure I'm okay. That makes sense. What's Broggy gonna do, huh? gonna just, what? Huh? What's he gonna do? Broggy's not a healer. He's an entrepreneur, damn it. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even Chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worried to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they've come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them the rest of it. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. And our own Morin has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. Bayou potions, he's useful. Dude, if he can give me strength pots, I would be actually so dope. Strength pots, dex pots, intelligence pots. I need them for raid. If he buys me raid food and pots, then you know what? He is literally the most useful person in the game. Actually, though. High quality. High quality or bust, though. Confound it. This says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Hi, Morin. What's up? So, is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful. 'Twould seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain the most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have poured over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catlis, meanwhile, leads the crystalline meeting in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. When I pay her a visit, I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. Yeah, it's weird that the sky is back, and yeah, yeah. Nobody tell him. Nobody fucking tell him. You hear me? Be cool, guys. Be cool. Be cool. So, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that? The friends you've made in the facets have been talking with me, wondering what they could do to help. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day, and the extra would still be here. Yeah, because that definitely would have helped. Sure. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. Yeah, it better be fucking repaired right before the fight. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Don't feel guilty. Don't feel guilty. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, barkeep. Greetings, Glynard. The master of the stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking your absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grendold? He is a man of unrivaled gifts. I won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do us if you can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide or hair of Grendold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I'll wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many is the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grendold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you've fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Ah, before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I have a regular who's eager to meet you. I don't know who he's talking about. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Here, here. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Who's he talking about? I don't know who he's talking about. I don't actually know who he's talking about. In his garden. Catelyn looks at you with a concerned eye. Joe, are you alright? I'm fine. It's fine. I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Okay. I like how we just don't touch back upon that Glynner wanted me to meet with somebody. What's the stress? Oh. God, gotta walk up all these stairs just to relax.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Ghost boyfriend!
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
Yeah, it's all such a mess. It's all gone to pieces.
An all too familiar one.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us.
Expecting no one
And
else to
still,
bear the burden for you.
still it came to this.
You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet.
I feel like I lost. I don't know, man. I feel like I lost.
I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice.
This is the
One
nice
last
thing
fight.
about having this boomer. I can lean back now
One last failure.
and have my mic
And
next to
then
me
the
still.
oracle appeared
Hells yeah.
Well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant
Wouldn't
Talos
it be
stir to
mad
life
if Raha
cured
and
me of
Arbor
any
switch
doubts I still
places?
had.
I mean, like,
Always.
yeah.
Always we took the burden of fighting
Like-
upon ourselves. That's what heroes
I wouldn't
do.
mind it.
So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
We don't have fist bumps in Eorzea. That's not a thing that we do.
Well, come on then.
And I think this scene is very telling of that. We don't have people that we can fist bump. We don't have bros in Eorzea. I think this is another reason that Arbor is not a husbando. He's boyfriend material because he's a bro. He's
What
bro
happened between us
material,
wasn't no
baby.
coincidence.
100%. That's its whole
My story
other
never
category
finished.
of being a bro.
The fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood.
It's okay,
I was
Arbor.
afraid to
I
do
also have
anything more than
confidence
watch for
issues.
fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you.
Bro.
So, let us be about it, hero.
I feel like Thancred and Urianger could be like bro material as well, but Urianger's just too vague and proper. And so, and then Thancred just keeps us at arm's reach and it hurts.
Wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
I was literally just typing that. Yeah, like Thancred. I think Thancred and we could be bros, but Thancred like keeps us at arm's length because he's too busy being emotionally distant. And I'm just like, God damn it, Thancred. I know being a single dad is hard,
My
but like...
poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you?
It's fine. Thango's got Urianger, I guess, so it's fine. I feel like he's just for plot reasons
Shall I
that he's
yield
not
up
the
my
bro.
throne?
Yeah.
You could claim it. Cut ties with the mortal world. Hide away in the castle.
Honestly. Honestly, be king of the pixies sounds pretty
Won't
legit.
fix the
Not gonna
problem.
lie.
But would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them.
What, just the crown and the scepter? What about the shoe? Like, wait, weren't there like shoes and a dress too? The fuck? What is this nonsense?
What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion.
That's not the problem, Faol. You're leaving, like, you're leaving out at least one other part. I want the fucking dress. What is this nonsense?
What would become of my precious
Just
and
give you,
ephemeral
like, I'll give you the crown and the scepter, but the dress is mine. The dress stays on. Bullshit.
Oh, my
Then I would
dear
just be half of a
beloved
king.
sapling. You are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time,
Oops.
in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow.
In case it wasn't, you know, obvious that the
yourself
Crystal
as
Exarch
he
was
saw
crying. In
you.
case anyone missed that part.
And that shall be the clearest clue.
Look at that face. Look at that face. Look at that adorable face.
You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Alright, bye, Feo. Alright, Crystal Tower raids, part 2. Raiding Graha's room. Gather information on the Exarch. Oh, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. Not yet. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I'm happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in this city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. Where's this? Ammo launch? So, it is good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions, unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard, not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the assessor gate. And the captain. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch. Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon after. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, but be they locals who had lost their homes, or Verbertites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together they did found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, 'twould seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Haha, Morin, I know more than you! I know more than you! Hi, Lena! Lena is actually the best character in this game. Sho, I was not told you had awoken. Well, I'm awake, so there's that. A welcome surprise. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken up by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Calusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door to the ocular, to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. In the game, yeah, it's, oh, alright, let me rephrase. She's the best character in Shadowbringers. Like, in Shadowbringers, she's actually just the best, straight up. He bid me allow none to enter the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vothri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Sho, I need to know what he feared. What battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Man, where to begin? Where do we start? Forgive me, I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see I am not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. The unbroken thread. Lena urges you to follow her. Come, meet me in the ocular and I will unlock the door within. You were just like, nope, not telling. Yeah, it's fine. She doesn't need to know. It's fine. Look, Lena's already stressed out about being captain of the guard. She doesn't need to be stressed about other things.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Wow. There's a lot of books. Don't really see a whole lot of anything that's interesting. And here we go.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then?
He doesn't
By
actually
thy
look all that
claims,
old. I thought he would look
thou
older.
too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
Yep, that's pretty much
In
the
essence,
summary.
Yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
Holy shit.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest.
Hey.
In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope! We are finished! Mankind is finished!" Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we
Really,
would
the
be our
8th Umbral
salvation,
Calamity, really,
those who
it was
came
just,
before
it
me
was
yet
just
to save.
pre, it was just Final Fantasy Fallout.
We will forge a crossroads
Let's be real
and
here.
pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Cid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and in doing so, roused its caretaker, me.
By the way, if by the way, Final Fantasy has, like, there are short stories for each expansion, and you have not read any of the, they're called I think the Shadowbringers ones are Tales from the Shadows, I think. If you have not read those, highly recommend reading them. It's fucking 10 out of 10. I only cried a little bit for one of them.
Based upon the theoretical models of Cid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the source.
Time magic
Some while
from the
before.
Dead Team. I think
It is
so.
always impossible
I
to
think
predict how time will flow between one world and
possibly
the
from the
next.
Dev Team.
We missed our mark by almost
Let
an
me
entire century.
let me see here. Let me find them. Nope. They're on Lodestone. Yeah. These ones. Those ones.
But this only worked in our favor.
And they do them for every expansion.
And summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them.
But
would require
they're
decades of
fantastic.
preparation.
They're absolutely fantastic. If you have not read them, I highly recommend reading
An
them.
undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray.
Oh, yeah, it's
these
official,
many
yeah.
years bordereth on the miraculous.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's all official. They're all straight from.
Yet
They're straight
howsoever history
from.
be rewritten,
I guess from the
thy
Dead Team
present self was
specifically. Yeah.
shaped by
They're
events
completely
that followed the
official.
calamity.
Like, these are official side stories that they put in.
Should said
They just
catastrophe be
released,
averted,
or not just released.
very
A few
scheme
months
of
ago,
thy
they
existence
finished
will
releasing another series
Surely
called
thou
Tales
hast
from the
foreseen
Twilight,
this.
which is basically a bunch of just like random side stories from like other characters. So like you have like stories about like Heian and Merowib and stuff like that. They're really, really cool.
Their legacy is an offering, and not an edict. To give all
But if
of
you ever
oneself
wanted more
for the happiness of
exposition
others,
and
with no promise of reward,
more feels, I highly
'tis a
recommend
hard
reading
thing
them.
to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold.
Dude, anything involving Heaven's Ward just hits so much harder now that
For many,
Lord Edmond's
these
voice actor
stories are
died.
the flame which
Anything
warms them through the
regarding
coldest
Heavensward just hits so much harder now, and it's just like, I'm sad again. I'm fucking sad again, dude.
So it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness.
Yeah, the voice actor for Count Edmund, he passed away.
And live.
I want to say last month, I want to say. It's either last month or September. But it was fairly recent.
Of that wish. Come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Which makes it even worse when you get to the patch quests. You get to patch quests and you talk to Lord Edmund before I go talking to everybody else, and it's like, I hope we will see each other under better circumstances. And I'm like, we won't.
You will be my accomplice.
We fucking won't though. And it feels bad.
'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world.
Graha's like, I chose you, Urianger, because I chose you, Urianger, because like you knew all the first and stuff like that. I would have chosen Urianger because Urianger is good at keeping a fucking secret. Urianger is so good at keeping his fucking mouth shut. Well, it's horrible. Yeah, it feels so bad. It feels so bad.
Done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain. I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die.
Dope. Dude, that's pretty metal.
Knowing what
that's
I know
pretty
of your
metal, Graha.
Not to mention your champion. They will try to stop me.
He's not wrong, though.
But in saving one, they would save none.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the rift.
Is this true?
Picked him because he's a good liar. He is! He's such a good liar. He's so good.
History remembered the Warrior of Light.
You want to do, you try to do anything sketchy, you go to Urianger, man. You need to keep things hidden. Like, 100%, you go to Urianger. You thought Thancred was good at figuring secrets out? Nah, dude.
To a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Thancred ain't got shit on Urianger, man. 100%. Ain't got fucking shit. Arbor, do you see the things? You don't see them, right? It's just me,
Careful
right?
now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good.
Thanks, Dad.
Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case.
Cool. We're back to this, huh? I thought you were on my side, huh?
What do you mean to do?
I mean to have words. I mean to have a few words. God, why does everyone I care about keep secrets from me?
Diasian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
That seems difficult. Oh my god, I'm yawning so much. What time is it? Almost 10. So we have 2 hours left. We're just about to hit the Tempest. I might be able to finish tonight. Just maybe. Did you find the answers you sought? Is there any? If there is nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I need directions. You wish to know the way to the Tempest? You mean the sea itself, and not the island of Calusia? If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an amaro, but... Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? I am not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. See, Lena was chill with it. Alright, we gotta leave. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We can't let anyone else know that we're leaving. They're not gonna let us. We gotta go. We gotta fucking go. We gotta fucking leave. There. You required an amaro. Just a moment, and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water. To the depths of the Tempest. Our amaro could swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor... Yeah, I don't know what... Okay, so thinking about this, I don't know what we were expecting. Like, hey, I need a bird so I can go under the sea. Like, what did we expect the answer to be? And why did we think, yeah, they'll just do it? Like, we did not have a plan here. We did not have a good plan here. Our plan was shit.
Word reached us of thy recovery.
I guess really, my plan, like if it was me, my plan was get amaro, fly over the sea, and then just dive in, and just jump from the amaro and then dive into the water. Like, send amaro home and swim down. It's fine. It always works out. Yeah, it's fine.
By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
You!
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
So I know that everyone's been like memeing in Endwalker that Tataru is actually the final boss. Everyone's been memeing that. I honestly, if we get to Endwalker and it's revealed that Urianger is actually like an Ascian, I'm not even gonna be shocked. I'm actually not even gonna be surprised by it.
'Twas in full acceptance of the condemnation.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Like, straight. He's tricked us twice at this point.
Yet it is not
a third time just means he's an actual villain.
That I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
I literally don't care. Sure. I forgive you. Let's go. I could not care less, Urianger. I literally could not care less.
Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
Yeah, like it would make sense.
I don't think
like,
this is a good idea.
You would hope that he's not the villain, but if he becomes the villain, then I'm like, I'm not even shocked. Really not even shocked.
Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger.
Wow, rude.
What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please. You must stay here, at least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
Yeah, how's that going so far, Reen, huh?
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No. The least we can do is...
God, Shadowbringers just does such a good job.
We will go with you as well.
They do such a good job at hitting those points of just like,
Indeed,
there's,
we have exhausted
what can
every
you
other
say?
avenue.
What can you say in those
Lead, and we
situations,
shall follow.
you know?
If there is
Like,
any hope to be found,
and it's,
then we will surely
it
find
makes
at your
makes
side.
streaming a game like this so challenging, because like you have these emotionally
all in
charged
agreement,
scenes, and part of me is like, oh, I'm about to cry, but also part of me is like, I need to make a funny, or else I'm gonna start sobbing. I have to make a joke, or else I'll start crying. It helps conceal the sadness. But like, oh my god,
Though we may
voice
not know the
acting,
whole story,
just cry.
we do know you're in for a fight.
Automon bandit. That's so funny that Automon doesn't allow. He just cried, coward. I should.
And while
I
the
cried.
Exarch's
Oh my
away,
god, I cried
it falls
enough.
to the rest
I cried
of us to
enough
see the
with
warrior of
5.3.
darkness is given a proper send-off.
I cried so much in 5.3. I have like,
You
nah.
told them.
I'm saving all my tears for
No.
Endwalker,
Well,
because I think
nothing so
anything
many.
and everything is just gonna set me off.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
This is true.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions.
It's such a shame
Long
that
had he been waiting for a certain someone
it's such a
to
shame
arrive.
that with like obviously with pandemic and COVID and all that stuff, that like I feel like the patches for Shadowbringers
Exactly.
could have been so
When we
much
went out to
better.
meet you, it was clear
And
it
that's
was
not
what
me.
you
That's not me
envisaged, huh?
saying like, oh, the patches for Shadowbringers were trash. Like, no, they were so good, which I think just goes to show like how far how far this game has come, and two, like imagine patch 5.3 and everything was voice acted. I would have been an emotional wreck if everything was voice acted. And I'm very grateful that there were some
We do not
scenes
fully
in
understand where you
5.3
or the
that
Exarch
did not
hail
have
from,
VA in
or
them.
why you've
Because
all
I
done so
know
much to
for a
protect
fact
us.
I would be emotionally
But
distraught.
we are deeply grateful nonetheless.
And that also makes it so much more terrifying when
if there is
Endwalker comes out. I'm
anything at
like,
all we might do to
oh,
aid your journey, you
I'm
need
gonna
only name
actually
it.
have depression.
What would you have of us?
I'm gonna actually just be sad in the entirety that I play Endwalker.
You
And I'm
might
gonna
have
love it.
invited them to join us, where they're not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O warrior of darkness?
Leave it to us. GBH, I don't remember what wasn't voiced in 5.3. I need to see that again. I know exactly what wasn't voiced in 5.3. And it was the biggest scene that wasn't voiced is the conversation between Lena and the Exarch. That scene, if it was voiced, oh man, thinking about it already gets me choked up. I'm like, oh, this is bad. Oh, this is real bad. But like, yeah, it's that scene specifically between Lena and the Exarch, and it's just like, oh no. If that scene is not voiced, and if it was, I actually think I probably would have stopped playing the game. I would have had to stop playing because I'm like, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna be just like, I'm gonna curl up and I'm gonna lay on the ground, try not to cry a lot, and I would be just done. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Emerald for thy journey to the open sea. I fear the following dive down unto Pt6's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we consider the most efficacious. Efficacious. I always know, everyone always says efficacy, but not efficacious. Damn it, Urianger! Method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet, ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closes above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. Ha, that's what you think, Urianger. Ethernet's a thing. To storm-tossed seas, Urianger is patiently awaiting word that you are ready to depart. Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. I'm torn between wanting to see you cry like a baby and not being spoiled myself. Oh. Zonic, have you not gotten through, have you not gotten through to, you've done 5.3. Yeah, you've done 5.3. If you want to see me cry like a baby, go watch my 5.3 VOD on YouTube. Like 100, like straight up. Oh, EW? Oh, yeah. I mean, just play along. Just play along, Zonic. Easy. Just play EW ahead of me, forehead. That boom, problem solved. Or while you watch me stream, just play alongside me, forehead, easy clap. That way you don't have to get spoiled. It's like a watch along thing. I think I mentioned this beforehand. But so it was announced in the live letter last Friday that Endwalker got delayed, unfortunately, which it sucks, but at the same, like, it sucks for a lot of people who, you know, are taking time off and stuff like that. Like, that sucks, yeah, but at the same time, like, we all want Endwalker to be good, and if that means delaying it by 2 weeks, go ahead. I'm all for it, absolutely. But low key, it's actually really good that it got delayed because my girlfriend is coming into town this Saturday, and she leaves the 22nd. So she leaves the day before Endwalker would have come out is when she leaves, and she would have been here in town the day of pre-release would have started. And I told her before it got delayed, I was like, look, I'm sorry, I'm gonna love all the time that we spent together, but the moment pre-release drops, I'm ignoring you. Like 100% this is absolutely happening because it's pre-release. But then it got delayed and I'm like, boom, problem solved, don't have to worry about it now, let's go. I get to have my cake and eat it too, baby. Hells yeah. There, to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Right, Urianger can't swim, which I find incredibly hilarious. Right. Kind of forgot I keep forgetting that Urianger can't swim. And I think it's primarily because we just don't interact with Urianger and water, typically. But right, Urianger can't swim. Yeah, the delay, I don't have a problem with that at all, but the timing is super. It does suck. It does really, really suck. But it is one of those things where it's like, okay, it has to happen, and I'm like, okay, sure. You'll be out of town the day before release. Oh, it sucks. That blows. That feels bad, Zonic. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of giant stone islands. Dude, this is terrifying, actually. This is actually terrifying. I've said before that I don't have a fear of the open ocean, but, like, there are some things about the ocean that do make me nervous. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Well, what hast thou discerned? I have discerned that it's an ordinary island. It's just like the big one. Yes, yes. It reminds me of a certain primal. It's that it's an ordinary island. I'm an idiot. Canonically, my warrior of light is fucking stupid. Truly, not could be further from the truth. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are even now perched upon the back of an ancient fate entity. Its name is Bismarck. I, the self-same title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu Vanu of the source. I would enlist its aid to bear us unto the deep, and thence banish the water with an airy sphere, unlike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets near the Ruby Sea. Within its compass we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now, I must needs ask for silence whilst I make my supplication. I didn't get whatever this was supposed to be at first either. I mean, I got it the first time, but again, my character is an idiot. I'm fucking dumb. Canonically, my character, if I had to summarize my character in a single sentence, there's a dialogue option. There's a dialogue option that you get in a quest line, and the dialogue option is literally, it's fine, just use your magics, whichever. Like, I'm an actual idiot in this game. My character exudes himbo energy. You guys can read the subtitles. I'm not translating. You guys can read the subtitles. Little neighbor.
Fallen si lor wislan. Ada si alinal.
Van urs atslir. Olfod thim. Iri guath.
Oof.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fae to know that didn't go well.
If only we knew of a certain pixie king that gets really mad at us when we don't ask for help. The one time, baby.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last!
I know, right? Look at us. Look how far we've come.
And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Gers Bismael win picked. Van dromi drom Jacob. Van red Rithje.
Ahai una. Sahawin wisk. Isne rim. Sur vierno.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
Oh, so as I mentioned, like what I was talking about before, so like, I don't have a fear of open water or like the deep sea and stuff like that, but there are certain things, like there are certain depictions in like games and like media that definitely make me uneasy. Like seeing photos or like videos of like deep ocean, that definitely sets me, like that makes me uncomfortable. Or like seeing things in the deep ocean, that's kind of spooky. Oops, he was saying something. I thought he was done. But because I remember there's a game way back when. I want to say it was on. Oh, I don't even remember. I want to say it was on PlayStation 1, I think. But do you guys remember Echo the Dolphin? The Echo the Dolphin games? I think it was on PlayStation 1, maybe PlayStation 2. But there was an Echo the Dolphin game that was third person but you literally were like, it was like a 3D exploration game. Third person 3D exploration game where you were a dolphin and you could swim in the ocean. That game scared the shit out of me as a kid because I was like, you were literally just swimming around in the ocean and it's fucking dark. It's like pitch black and you're just swimming around in the ocean. I'm like, I don't know where anything is, and this is terrifying.
100 years of honey and rainbows. Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me. Ah, the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
Famous last words.
What the? Do you see that?
Seeing the ladder move, is that more amazing than a fucking giant whale, huh? Huh? Huh, champ?
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Is that amazing enough for you, Irvin? Huh? Is that amazing enough?
Whoa, yeah. It's not stopping.
Subnautica. I've seen people play Subnautica, and I have thought about it. But like, because I've seen clips of people play Subnautica and like they journey into the the Leviathan zone, and I'm like, don't like that. Super don't like that. Man, this Bismarck's a lot nicer than the other Bismarck. Best zone in the game. Actually, though.
Wow.
Yeah, this is actually the best zone in the game. Legitimately the best zone in this game. If this was a fucking, if this was like a sanctuary,
the breath of
or like a settlement in here, I would live here forever.
Beneath the waves.
Actually, though, it's fucking gorgeous. It's got the music is so great.
Laid bare.
Like, oh my god.
In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds.
It's great, but I hate finding the ether currents here. Agreed. Agreed. Finding the ether currents in the Tempest was actually not great. But once you found them, though, pretty dope.
You stand at the
pretty
precipice,
fucking cool.
hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
This zone actually has the best music. I will defend that to my dying breath. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We are arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Mt6, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee unto the rift, yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower, and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that this underwater realm harboreth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. In the event that you leave the area, speak with Innual in Vermont Yars in Calusia to return to the Tempest. Interesting. Waiting in the depths. Thancred casts his gaze across the waterless expanse before you. Now, As for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Pt6 will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches, and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then. But watch your footing, the ground's so wet and like to be slippery. I can't wait to have Endwalker come out and then pick up all the freaking side quests that I have here in the Tempest. Because I have so many side quests still here, but I don't need to do them because I don't need the experience. Also, I feel like a good chunk of them don't give experience, actually, now that I think about it. No, they do. Because they're level 79 quests. Ondo Youth. Lally-ho! Oh, okay.
The finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water?
Ah, so this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding.
Chieftain, what are we to do?
Kupo?
Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones?
Sure.
The mysteries have stirred, and we have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave.
I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? No. Yes or no? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering research would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke about. Could it be Pt6's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Sho, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo? The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe with the right approach we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach did you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. Tis plain our all too dramatic arrival hath thrown the settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I have nothing better to offer, but I do worry what will happen if the Ondo's tale ends up leading us to a dead end. Well, I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation, thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. I'll do what I can, I suppose. Fuck it, I guess. Then it is settled. Justola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us, will see about fostering some goodwill. Yay, chores. Woo! So, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. This is Pausch Ewan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I waited, and you did not.
I waited and you did not come. Then the missile came, but his visits did not continue.
I am truly sorry, Pausch Ewan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology?
Perhaps. Where the dry return, a cavern to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are swift swimmers. But now there is no water. We run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many.
Ah, I believe I can be of assistance there. And what of you, Sho? You've not found a task, you are most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company. Where the dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Does it? Just kind of sounds like a beach. Where the dry return just kind of sounds like a beach, honestly. Or like literally just land in general. It doesn't seem that bad. I like the Ondo. I also like the Ondo. I like out of all the beast tribes in Eorzea, I actually like the Sahagin probably the most. I don't know why. I think I just find them like really interesting. Also, I think it might be also because they talk the most normal. It also might be because the Sahagin and the Ondo talk the most normal. Though I guess the Amalja also talk pretty normal, but they scare me. Or they're less they're less no nonsense. No, more no nonsense, I guess. Where I feel like the Sahagin, they have jokes. Oh, wow, he's dead, okay. Never did any of the Beast Tribe quests you wouldn't know. Oh, they're fun, though! The Beast Tribe quests are fun! The Beast Tribe quests are great. Also, good gain of experience. I would highly recommend doing Beast Tribe quests.
You could crack their shells. You must be stronger than you look.
I see you've reached your quota first again. I should never be your equal in such tasks. Look, Alphado, I've had so much practice doing this, it's not even funny. Still, I would say we've reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number.
My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward.
Nay, Pausch Ewan, this was to be part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people.
Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam aimless and lost, until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor.
This is gonna hurt my voice so bad.
Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood under the water. Yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and currents. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempest's turbulent waters and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers for the eternal sanctuary until such a time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming and this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here.
A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance or otherwise of our arrival be decided?
The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter.
Then it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for the lesson, Paushun, and we will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only, do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. I thought about doing the Kobolds quest because they're adorable. The Kobold quest is really funny. It is cute. City of the Ancients. Yashola appears deep in thought. Ah, so have you all learned aught of note? Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. Now, there are two tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondo settlement, and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations. Okay. The tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have been seen nowhere else. Oh, she gave me a mithril knife? Wow. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Should've gone with Titan Bronze. Should've gone with Titan Bronze. Mithril's good, but Titan Bronze is better. I think. Actually, that may not be true. Dwarven Mithril, that's what we should've gone with. Dwarven Mithril, yeah. Yeah, that stuff would've been the shit. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. In what you say, you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade. It's a sturdy wall. So, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had to investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power in Norvred, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkans, then who? who were these ancients the Ondo claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Pt6 withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Pt6 is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap, this is a place more dear to him than any other. Now you're saying this was built by the Ascians. That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first, they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Katana Ravel. Almet presented it to me during my visit to Fano after our victory in Colusia. Here, in the first scene, by Pt6's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. You may view the Katana Ravel mural anytime during this quest by using the relevant items in the key menu. The quest destination will not be displayed on the map. You must search for the structure which resembles the building in the mural, blah 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 blah, yada yada yada. This quest took me so long to do when I first did it, because I had no idea where I was actually supposed to be looking. Let's see. She said northwest. Yeah, the problem is like I don't actually know how far I'm supposed to be traveling. Or how far north and how far west. Right there, I think. I think there were just a group of people that I followed. Yeah, I didn't have that luxury. People weren't here. Either people weren't here yet or just people weren't on. I was sad. I was like, God damn it. Aye, this is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Ascians. And yet it did exist. They lived here in this city. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring of a land illuminating. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus can we surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Pt6 himself? 'Tis almost certain he is here. But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. The light of inspiration. Your Sola seems eager to share your discoveries with the others. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Paush Uin again, and ask if there is aught else he is willing to divulge. Oh, I am not walking back. That is not happening. I am not walking back.
Ah, Alphado's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten?
I think I've just come from them.
The remnants to the northwest, yes. You visited them unbidden? Could it be that your footsteps were guided by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit the artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then with any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grendold. You will find his workshop in a metal structure to the south.
Grendold, you say? Oh, that's just great, that is. My mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grendel, someone's coming to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me, rotten soul. I've got no use for it. A craftsman that what can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug with a dome and hammer. And that's an insult to bloody sea slugs. Grendel appears to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you can help psych him up. Get hyped, Grendold! Get hyped! Yeah? You wouldn't be trying to raise me spirits now, would you, spirit? Not what you expect from a certain or the netherworld. That's because I'm real. I'm a real boy. A real warrior light. God damn it. Really, they really wanted to show you that's like, hey, guess what? Has it really come to this? What's that supposed to be? Not impressed with what you see, lass? Well, I may have let myself go a bit, but this was meant to be me underwater sanctuary, a place where I could concentrate on me work, far from the distraction of the outside world. And yet here you stand. Now what's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, the Ondos lamp. Gods curse me, empty head! I'm not so much as made a start! There. It's okay. I'm not good at comforting people. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by a sea slug. Me delivery date's long past, me workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. But I just can't bloody well. Ah, my mind's a bleeding blank. It's like I pissed away my last drop of inspiration. Ah, the procrastination feeling. Ah, yes. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Tell me you got something to show me. Something that'll give me a muse a right good kick up the arse. The Ondo want to honor the coming Oh, these ancients, so their answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal. But just being sparkly is not enough. It's got to dance with joy and sorrow, and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to the warriors of light from the first, and the crystals you discovered at the end of their journeys. Maybe Grendel would find them inspiring. I've let the Ondo down, but more than that, I've let myself down. Might as well just go back to mending kettles. Show Grendel a crystal which once belonged to one of Arbor's companions. I'll show you all of them! What's that you got there? Such striking beauty. It shines with heartache and laughter and the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. You'd never capture such a gleam, not if you labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are me tools, gods damn ye? I must set to work before the feeling fades. The illuminated land. Grendel is brimming with newfound inspiration. I can feel it! A vision forming in me mind! Step aside, lass, and let me itching hands get to work. And done! I've taken the wonders that crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape, what befits the Ondo's spiritual character. Not a bad job if I do say so myself. And to think, I was this close to hanging up my hammer after studying the craft of the ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Norvrend and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom that I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, my work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages, that's what drew me here in the first place. I built my workshop, got the forges burning, then lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away. It's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance, and I reckon I can weave the crystal saga into other things as well. But bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondo's commission. If you could drag that lamp over to Tallest Aft for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. Oh god, just... You now have access to Grendel's Forge. Equipment rewards will become available for collection based on the role quest you have completed. Woo! I've already picked up the stuff, so...
What is it that you have there? The sacred lamp! Then the Finless One has kept his promise. My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of the aiding the cups. And now you come to me bearing the light with that almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the Forgotten. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Missed that part, did you?
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day.
You don't know. Maybe I'm into it, Arbert. You don't know.
So tell me, if you would.
You don't know, Ghost
How
Boyfriend?
did you come across that crystal? I was right then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you to the very end.
I like that he said it. He says that he'll stick with us again to the end, but he already said that earlier. Technically, like he already said he was gonna cast his lot. So like, was he not gonna cast his lot beforehand either for the entire time? That's a little messed up, yo.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
Mm-hmm.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Hey, you're welcome. Gotta make sure you didn't forget it. Right. Really hammer it home that he's with us.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
It's fine. You know, pretty okay still. Still really bright, but you know, doing alright.
You have completed your devotions?
Are you dead yet?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes, impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a friendless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I can finish this tonight. Yeah, I definitely think I can finish this tonight. It's gonna take us a little bit longer than I think I would like it to, but oh yeah, we've hit we've hit the home stretch essentially.
The chieftain has bid me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downwards. Follow the path of coral and rock, and join your comrades below.
This way? This way.
All are gathered, yes? Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond and follow the wall down and down and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, then continue west and west and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end will you find the Caliban Gap and the barrier we placed at its mouth. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We have made it so. A most assistant.
Okay. Rude. I was talking. As most succinct explanation, we thank you for your guidance. Right, deeper into the depths we go. Fucking rude. Alright, so we go down here, and then... here's a reality change. Our guide bade us travel to the Oak-Haven floor, and then to the west. Yet 'twould seem these twisting tunnels devise such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. Nope, get the fuck away from me. Bitch. Trinculo Shelf. Ah, sure. You have a choice of two routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along this coral branch as Alizaze has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. Ahem. Try not to die! There you are. Come on. I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. Well, that's nice, Alize. Here, this must be the barrow the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. 'Twas a treacherous path indeed. Now, I believe one of us needs but raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. So, I elect you to do the honors. Gone, just like that. I suppose we should head in. Like as not, this tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? Whee! This is the wrong way, I feel like. I feel like I took the long way, but this is fine. Hi, Histola. If we weren't so pressed for time, I should like to explore these side passages. Mayhap another day. What mount is that? It is the demonic lantern from Zervinix. Nope, not that one. It's one of the Heaven's Ward mounts. Rose Lantern? Rose Lantern. Yeah, Rose Lantern from actually, which one is this one from? Rose Lantern's from, not from Zervin, is it? No, Demonic is Zervin. Which one is this? Where is Oh, this is from Ravana. Yeah, Rose Lantern's from Ravana. Okay. Yeah, this is Ravana's.
By the gods.
Yeah, missing a lot of mounts. I like that one. But yeah, I have all the trial mounts. They're really nice. The dragons that you get from Shadowbringers are fucking dope. Cause once you get all the mounts, then you get like a special one. It's the same for ARR, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers. And the Shadowbringers mount is so awesome when you get all the dragons.
City.
Also, great zone. I wish you did more stuff here.
We are seeing the same
And it feels bad that you don't.
The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
So, did you note the style of the architecture? 'Tis the same used for the remnants at the cups and the murals painted towers. Look closely. Emmett has not simply reclaimed these ruins, he has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of this artifice is staggering. Though it pains me to admit, we did not fully understand the feats of which an old world Ascian is capable. The end of a world. Alize is steeling herself for the task ahead. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at that tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. God, I love this place so much. I think when I first played this, I think I had just finished streaming Bioshock, I think. I was either streaming Bioshock or I just finished playing Bioshock, I think. So this was like even cooler because I was like, oh, dude! Investigate the imposing doors. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Show shouldn't recognize. Welcome to the city of Amarot. Will you be riding the lift? Did that building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emmett not invite Sho to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. Yeah, this place does it. It does. It's the architecture, really. It's got a very Art Deco style. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Aurora Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yards of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on the we. I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. Alright, ground floor, now! As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. Whee! Next stop, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capitol. It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call the city? Amarot? Look, over there. Is that a person? Ah, no, my mistake. That's a giant. He doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alfredo, you can't just... Ugh. Oh my god. We're all Lalafels now. Pray excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Oh my god. Oh, what adorable costumes. Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd. That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. And which district is this exactly? You must be lost, poor things. You stand in the Polylarite district. wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Bureaucracy. Can you tell us who rules the city? Who rules? What a curious question. Mayhap you refer to our supervising body, the Convocation of 14? So, Emmett Silk isn't the leader here. Emmett Silk is a member of the Convocation. Were you hoping to witness its deeds firsthand? Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now, before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? No, thank you. We will be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. What was that all about? To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emmett Silk wove them from ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. The final days. Would you like to share with us anything else, Urianger? Such words well befit the oblivion described to us by our Asian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and thence Heidelin herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amarat and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emmett Silk hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see what we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out some few more details regarding the Convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. Yeah, this zone is so gorgeous, but like, you don't do anything here. You do almost barely anything here, and it's so sad. Good gracious, child, where is your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home, quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They are calling it the final days. 'Tis said it starts suddenly, cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. 'Tis only a matter of time until Amarat too resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Bureau of the Architect. An audience with Emmett Silk? I'm afraid you have the wrong office. Little one, and besides, he will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you have been told of the looming catastrophe? Every resource available to the Convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it is said the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence. Oh my gosh. And then they will rewrite the laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads thus far. Thus, I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. Okay. 'Twould seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Ah, the Convocation and their handling of the coming peril. 'Tis only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep the star turning season after season. Be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Logriff, Metron, and Mitselk, their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus, it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the Convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, 'twould be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. So, if it was not certain before, then I am now, the people of this city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emetso to recreate this ancient Amarat. And yet, I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trance. He would have his story known. Alright. We're gonna keep going, but I'm gonna be right back and go to the bathroom real quick. Alright. Alright, let's go. A greater purpose. Alphino is awaiting the return of your other companions. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully, then, our next move will become clearer. Twould seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Urianger, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancient's art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. 'Tis not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into figments of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction. An interesting manner, which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to finding Emmett Selk. Has anyone learned aught which might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what we've heard, it seems the Convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of the Administrator, where we thought these permissions might be issued, but the clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder though, Sho, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray, allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that could help cure Sho's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Alize's surprised face is so precious. Of course, I don't mind. Just lead the way. Then Y'shtola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There is surely more intelligence to be had. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the capital. Cool, we get to go to the DMV, basically. Yeah, I get to go to the DMV, woo! Reen's trying to get on her good side and not get yelled at again. Yeah, 100%. Reen's just like, oh, Alize loves us, so... Right. A visitor's writ? Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Shou Shin. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Again, we get to go to the DMV. Cool. Shou Shin, your application is ready for collection. As your residency was approved by Pt6 himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. Oh my god. You had me go so far away! So far away. Seriously? Next, please. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. Look at us, we're so tiny. No, tiny selves in the big chair. May I? Yeah, well, sure. You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Pt6? What'd you just say to me? Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade, here and not here. I know only that my name is Hythlodaeus, and that this city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Pt6's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstitution. A straight thought would have been enough. Hythlodaeus will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Yet in spite of my perception, I play the same role as all the rest. A bit part, meant to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny, and we shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on our morrow. The final days, what began as isolated incidents, soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiac was born, just as we had hoped. He reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet oh, how the star had suffered. So many species lost. The land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. Once more did our people give to them of themselves to Zodiac, another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. The cycle of life had begun anew. and we reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The convocation decided thus: we would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiark. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of their opposing belief. And for the first time in history, our people stood divided. Know you, then, how this conflict ended? Hydaelyn beat the shit out of Zodiark. Fucking beat the shit out of him and fucking won! I thought you might. Pt6 has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiark. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will not have abandoned his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Pt6 is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they have only grown heavier with every passing century. Exactly like Urianger would have described it. Yeah. All the like, I pray the act, that's all an act, actually. When Urianger's by himself, he just spits hardcore slang. 'Tis truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry. Yeah, when Urianger is by himself, he's actually just like the chillest dude you know. Shoshin. Oh, that's me. That's us. They're calling us now. It seems your turn has come. Pray, do not let me keep you. We're so small in this world of giants. Ah, there was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? The fuck? Nay, I see no definite form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Talking to you or me? Who's he talking with? Is he talking to you or me? Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your souls tells the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is. No matter how thin the soul is spread. Huh. This is just the kind of fate I might expect for one such as she. Surely Pt6 has recognized the hint of her in you. Jin. Right, gotta pick up the thing. Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. Just gonna pretend that little plot point doesn't exist. We're just gonna ignore that little point. It's not important at all. That probably doesn't matter. Nah. Your visitors writ as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. To the capital we go. Finally! You were gone so long, I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in your bureaucratic adventures? Boom! Got my license! Ah, I see my instincts were correct. And a good thing, too. Urianger and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is by far the more attractive option. The capital boasts not a single armed sentry. 'Twould seem that in their time, they did not deem it needful to post guards. The windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded, though mightily did we strive, with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of 1 ilm. Mayhap 'twas simply the case that Emmett Selk's recreation did not extend to their usual function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Reen and I tried asking about a cure for you. The problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Amaroth's today. They will happily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempted to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, show? Was aught worthy of interest said during your efforts to obtain a writ? I found a spooky ghost! It's sentient! I found a sentient ghost, man! A great sacrifice of life in exchange for the brethren's resurrection. And you say all the Ascians' scheming has been leading to this? Oh, yeah, that too. That also learned about that too, right. All this time. But if they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with the rejoining. Aye, I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory, and, in turn, empower Zodiark to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put it into words, but we have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make their sacrifice to Zodiark. That does seem the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who ally with the Ascians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all of our history, all of our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience such an act. Weird that conscience is a verb. That's weird. Of course not. And that's to say not of what Emmett Selk's plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, show, and when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before and those who come after. By everyone you've ever met. Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you'd win. Wow, Alize, that's kind of dark. That's like really dark, Alize. Is fighting Emmett Selk the only way? Yeah, Reen! Where have you been? Where the fuck have you been, Reen? Is fighting the only way? Yeah! He created an entire city. It will take everything we have to defeat him, if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. You know what, guys? Not feeling it. You know what? I think maybe we just don't. You know what? I'm not here for it, actually. I'm out. Shadowbringers. Alize appears to have made her decision. Do you remember that talk we had atop the tower in Mortsuk? I'm still of the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you, you don't abandon me, and together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I saw it again and again as you tore those veils of light from the sky. If we keep taking that next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes, or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. Father spoke of the disaster we would bring upon our own heads, the ceaseless conflict. Imagine how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. And yet, who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's hearts? You achieved what my logic and ideals never could, uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, that giant Talos would never have raised its head. I have borne witness to many such miracles at your side, and would do so again. This is but another obstacle in the road. So come, let us travel it. Drag me through wonder and danger, as you are wont to do, and I shall endeavor not to slow you down. As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Pt6 unto his rest, we must needs bind his Ascian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requireth our oversight, and such have I prepared upon the Exarch's asking, no less, though 'twas ever mine intent to provide said boon. The future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Ascian artifice, and he would not see such grim history repeated. In a sense, Pt6's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured these many years. Yet even as thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others besides, is to see thee survive unto the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of that happiest of outcomes that I do pledge to remain at thy side. Saying any of Urianger's lines requires an extra brain cell for me to work, because I cannot, for the life of me, translate it properly in my head. Our time in the First has been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet, through all our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me to stay true to my convictions. Thus would I return the favor. Do as your heart decrees, without hesitation or regret, and that is all I will say on the matter. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will even be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Amarang. Yeah, Thancred, you speak your mind! You share your emotions, Thancred! He's come so far. Look at him, he's come so far. So forgive me this moment of sentiment show. By dragging me into this sorry mess, you've given me the chance to think and act as I should have, for Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am of your support. So, I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there, guarding your back. The bro moment to the last. My man! Best dad! Hells yeah, baby! Best dad, straight up. When Minfilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Golg, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now, you could be moments from turning, and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thancred, the others, you've all been there when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you, and I want to, I do, but I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've tried. I've really tried. Reen's like, what, 15, 16? Like, she's like an actual child, and it feels so bad. I'm not asking to be saved. I didn't ask to be saved. I asked for none of this. But the light, how can you go on? Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. I'm not sure I... Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try it for myself. No, nothing will come of brooding here in self-pity. I've made my decision, Sho. I'm going with you. Imagine if Rean was like the only one that didn't come. It's just like, oh, that's awkward. Alright. Let's do it. Let us put an end to this. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guest you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Oh, joke's on you, Emmett. I'm an idiot.
Emmett Selk.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
Well, you don't hang around long enough for us to have a talk, so, you know.
It is not she who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail. Added a few unnecessary flourishes.
It shows.
Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence.
Summary. Boomer, boomer, boomer. Kids these days, they just don't understand how hard we had it back in the day.
But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
Time to kick your teeth in.
Did you now? One last do-or-die attempt to foil my plans before your mind dissolves into madness?
Mm-hmm.
How very, very heroic of you.
Kind of what we do.
In every single age, there is always someone who wants to stand up to the evil Asians.
Well, maybe you didn't do sketchy shit. We wouldn't be here.
Always the same arrogance, the same insistence that the world belongs to them, as if theirs were the only rightful claim, theirs the only existence worthy of preservation.
Again, it's literally just like, kids these days, they got it easy. Back in my day. Back in the good old days.
Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the ancients? Look at me. I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace.
What I gained from that sentence is that Emmett Selk fucks.
For eons have I measured
That's
your
what I
worth
gained from
and
that
found
sentence.
you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star.
Also, he is really not proud of us as a dad. Emmett Silk is the disappointed dad, and it feels bad.
Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his sin eaters taught you nothing?
No.
Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery?
No. Again, Emmett, joke's on you. I'm an idiot.
How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other?
This is such a real statement. Like, this is actually such a real statement of like in the game, yeah, it makes sense. But then in real life, you're like, oh, now I'm just sad. It's too real. It's way too real, man. Way too real.
You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us and us alone.
Emmett Selk! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star. Behold the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work.
See,
a fitting
small brain react would be like, whoa, he's literally the devil. Big brain react is, oh, this is depressing. This is actually so depressing.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
All right, rude. Also, rude comment. Rude comment. How dare you threaten my husband's life? I don't know. Depends for me. Yeah, it depends. I don't know. You have 5 more. I have 4 more. One of them is already dead. So no, I am not losing another one. I already lost one and it feels bad. Excuse you, sir. Don't trivialize my husband's death. How dare you? Alright. To the depths of the Tempest, to the ocean floor itself, you have come to rescue the Crystal Exarch from the phantom city of Amarat. But, barring your way, is the architect of this ethereal construct, Pt6, the Ascian who would lead the first unto destruction. The light within you strains at its corporeal confines, threatening to break free at any moment. Time does not favor the warrior of darkness. You must brave the final days of Amarat and confront Pt6 in the very midst of this recreated calamity. I have Crown of the Immaculate Stone. Alright, it's just a light party. Should be easy enough to queue in. Yeah! Yeah, I have 4 husbands left, and it feels bad. I think it's safe to say, not in the mood to lose anymore, alright? I'm really not about it. Only more, you poor thing. Yeah! It feels bad. Alright? It feels fucking bad. Okay? Look. A harem is only as good as the number of people that you have in it. And if I'm losing husbands, I'm losing harem members. And that's a fucking problem. Alright? Like, you can't just have a harem of just you and one other person. Alright? That's not a harem. God damn it. Give me my anime boyfriends, fuckers. I wonder if there'll be a new one in EU, EW. It's a good question. Based on the launch trailer that I watched during the live letter, based on the launch trailer, I would say there's probably one, maybe like just probably one at least. And if you haven't seen it yet, I'm not gonna spoil. I'm not gonna say who it is, just in case you haven't seen it yet. Not the blue hair. I think it might be. I think it might be the blue hair guy. Yeah, I think so. I feel like I'm not gonna like him at first, but then eventually I'll be like, you know what? He's all right. He's okay. But we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of death, or maybe Daddy Levayor, he might come around. Like, I know we had like our whole differences with the whole like, oh, we're Charlian, we don't care about you because you're all stupid, and you know I've literally disowned my children. But like, he might come around, maybe. But I also feel like he might die at the same time. Like, I feel like Fortuno, it's gonna be like, we're gonna hate him for 95% of the campaign, and then at the very end, he's gonna do something real noble, and we're gonna be like, God damn it! Like, we could have had something, but no, you had to be stubborn and die this way. God damn it! And we'll always remember him fondly. I think that's how that's gonna go down. All right, once this timer hits the 5-minute mark, we're queuing in for trust. We got 60 seconds before I can find a healer and another DPS. Yeah, that makes sense. Him in place of Alfred. Yeah, because I feel like based on the launch trailer, I feel like both of them, either both of them are gonna die, or one of them's gonna be at risk of dying, and then Fortuna's gonna jump in, and it's gonna be like, God damn it. All right. Less than 5 minutes, my ass.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Here we go.
Skill and trust style.
Welcome to the final days of Amarant. The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
I'll show you.
I think I've said this before, but I like trusts. I think trusts are awesome, especially because, you know, if no one's online, you can't queue into a dungeon. Like, that really fucking blows. But at the same time, they do suck in the sense that, God, everything takes so much longer. Because they do, like, the bare minimum amount of damage. And I'm like, it sucks, but at the same time, whatever. Yeah, apparently they're gonna improve the AI. Yeah, I think they're probably gonna be more. I want to say they said briefly, or like they briefly touched upon it, but I think they're gonna try to make the AI a little bit more optimal. So like the way that the AI works in currently for Shadowbringers, the way I understand it is that it's very basic in like how spells are used and how it prioritizes using certain abilities and whatnot. And so I guess what they want to try to do for EU or EW for Endwalker is that they want to try and make it more robust and more adaptable, rather than it's like, oh, when it's X amount of enemies, you know, do this. It's a little bit more adaptable of like when it's X amount of enemies, or like if one of them is like close to death, like try to do this instead. Like, I think that's what they said briefly, but I don't quite remember. I think I heard that on a media tour interview, I think, but I don't quite remember anymore. What I would really like, honestly, is I would love if they added, and this might just be like just not possible, just because of old spaghetti code and whatnot. But I would love it if they added trusts for older dungeons, like Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, that kind of stuff. Because like queuing into those dungeons is so difficult, especially if you're a new player, because no one's doing them. Like it sucks, sure, but like it is what it is. No one's doing them because they don't have to do it or they're in new content instead. It's like the only time and that's kind of the whole purpose of roulettes, is that it's to help fill those gaps in, where it's like, oh, you're queuing for roulettes, well, how about you're gonna go do this too because someone else needs to do it for, you know, MSQ or whatever. But it is like, I remember as when I was going through Stormblood, when I was like when I started playing, I was trying to catch up. I remember going through Stormblood, and just like, I mean, I was queuing it as DPS, and sure, that doesn't help my case at all. It doesn't help things either. But just, I remember sitting in DPS queue for so long sometimes for like dungeons and whatnot because, you know, people just weren't doing them, and it sucks, but it is what it is.
Just as prayer gives rise to primaries, our dread made manifest our deepest fears.
I will not hold back!
I may have fucked up.
I will not hold back.
Ooh, Yachi, why? Why did you do this? I probably could if I'm smart about it. I can be really smart about this.
I shall protect thee. The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Thanks for the materia! Yeah. Again, I can pull hard, but I have to be really, really, really smart about it. I always try to get Thanger to do bigger pulls in other words. Well, that's because Thanger doesn't know how to tank. That's why you gotta do it yourself. He doesn't know how to mitigate either. He doesn't know how to properly mitigate. Also, there's the problem of the fact that because Thancred follows you, he'll only start to attack whatever you attack first. And so if you pull, since you're the one that's pulling, all the monsters are gonna hit you first. Therefore, and like the culmination of all those first blows are going to fucking hurt. That's why I prefer to tank my trusts. Can get Thancred to pull to avoid those first six. Yes, if you're close enough, yeah.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, Ring. Get that. Get that limit break, baby. Hells yeah.
I shall protect you.
I will not hold back.
Damn it, Uriansha, why can't you cast death faster?
Yet this was far from the worst of it.
So,
and I will show you.
I'm gonna say something that's a bit of a pet peeve of mine, and it's nothing like, it's a small thing. Like, it's a small, very inconsequential thing, but it's something to do with this dungeon specifically, and it's watching people run through Amarot for the first time. For me personally, when I run through a dungeon the first time, ever since the trusts were introduced, I prefer doing trusts because, one, I get to learn the mechanics. Two, the characters always have some sort of flavored dialogue, which I like. And then three, it just allows me to take my time and explore and like really look at the dungeon itself. Nothing, and obviously that's for me. That's my thing. Other people have their thing. It's whatever. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is people who decide, okay, hey, we'll get, like, it's people who are streaming specifically. It's like streamers are like, hey, we're gonna bring people in, and we're gonna run the dungeon together. Like, I'm all about that. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. But what I fucking hate though is if it's the streamer's first time, right? So you want them to see everything, but then you have people who fucking will go on ahead and like scout things out, But they don't realize that upon entering the fucking area, the fucking voice dialogue happens, and then you miss half of the thing that Emmett Song is talking about. And it bugs me so much. I see it happen. I've seen it happen like so many fucking times with this dungeon that like people are like, oh, you gotta experience Amarant. Oh, it's so cool and it's gonna be so awesome. And it is. It's super cool. But like half of the cool stuff is literally Emmett Silk talking about what's happening in the dungeon. But people do it all the fucking time. And like fucking viewers, they don't realize that's like, yeah, if you go forward, you go into the room, like you're gonna fucking trigger the dialogue. And it just, it's just like one of those nitpicky things that fucking bugs me. Yeah, you just constantly have, like, you have viewers that are like guiding the streamer through their first time in the dungeon, but they'll just like go and like, they'll just go trigger things on accident because they don't realize that that happens. And I'm like, God damn it. The only reason I realize this, or I notice, the only reason I know it now is because I was watching a streamer actually go through Amarant, and they were playing with viewers, and like they got to this part, and I'm like, wait, there should be a voice dialogue. How come that didn't pop up? How come that was weird. It should have popped up, and like, but it didn't. And it wasn't until I realized that because somebody had gone into the next area, had gone into the area early, and then they went forward onto the jump pad, and the dialogue had already triggered afterwards. And I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. Like, that kind of blows, like, a little bit. Yeah.
You underestimate me.
So, something that I've noticed from playing Final Fantasy for so long, and something that I've noticed from playing Final Fantasy for so long is that there's hilariously, there are some lines in this game that get used so often to the point where like you wouldn't really notice it unless you were actively listening. Then you'd be like, I've heard that line so many times now, and it's so weird. And one of those lines is, you underestimate me, because so many NPCs in this game say it. It's just one of those things that I've noticed now, that like every time I hear someone goes, you underestimate me, and I'm like, what? I think the biggest culprit is Amric. I hear Amric say it all the fucking time. Like, I think he says it a lot, I think, in Heaven's Ward, when you're like doing stuff with him. And then he says it a lot in Gimlet Dark too. If you see him in Gimlet, he says it all the time too, every time. And it's just one of those things that I've just noticed. So glad for the trust to avoid these things. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I love doing trust. It's just like you avoid missing, I guess you don't avoid it, but it's less likely for you to avoid those subtle things that you wouldn't normally hear unless somebody had like got on ahead of you. You know, you get to move at your own pace, which is really, really nice. Also, again, my primary reason for running trust though is because, again, I get to learn mechanics. I get to learn the mechanics of the fight, and then I don't have to like just do this weird guessing game of like, I don't know what I'm doing here. How does this fucking work? Unless it's Matoya's Relic. Matoya's Relic says go fuck yourself. You gotta learn mechanics. You gotta figure it out on your own, champ. Which feels so bad. Because the whole point of me doing trust game is because I don't want to have to learn.
I'll show you.
I was elected to lead, not to read.
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Oh, also another reason that I love running Trust is that I get all the gear. All the gear I don't have to roll for, so I automatically get, which is really, really nice, especially when I need to turn it in for a Doman Enclave or Decent. Privilege. No, that's TBN privilege, baby. That's not tank privilege. That's Dark Knight privilege. It's the perk of playing Dark Knight. You have TBN. But here's the problem with TBN though, is that like with TBN, your thought should be, any responsible tank with TBN, their thought is, oh, I need to save this so that way I don't get hurt. And that's like their first outings with TBN. That's what you first think when you have TBN. But then eventually, as you play more Dark Knight, you're like, what can I use to break TBN? And then you just become a masochist because you need to know. You need to know for science, will this break TBN? Because I kind of need it to, yo. TBN is, let's see here, hold on. It is a shield that is 25% of your target's max HP. So first of all, it's a shield that you can put on anybody, and it's 25% of whatever their max HP is. And then if it breaks, one of these two abilities, my Flood of Shadow or my Edge of Shadow, they originally cost 3,000 MP. If I can get TBN to break before the duration ends, then I get to use one of those abilities for free without using MP. Which is fucking dope. Also, TBN costs 3,000 MP as well. So, that's also important. But, so, it's a fucking super awesome mitigation, as well as I basically get a free ability. That's awesome. But yeah, as like the more you play Dark Knight, the more you're just like, what breaks TBN? Because I really need to know this information. Cooldown is, I think, 7 seconds? 15. I think it used to be 7, but they extended it because TBN is so broken. But yeah, but like a 15-second cooldown, still whatever. Like, I'll take it. I'm still there.
I shall protect thee.
This is gonna like hurt a lot more because I have a bone stack.
Gloves are off. This is going to leave a mark. I will not hold back.
I one time queued into this dungeon for roulette, and it took so long. This fight took so long that we actually ran out of safe zones for the giant ray. That's how long this fight took. Like, it was bad. People kept dying left and right. Like, oh, it was not fun. I remember at the end of it, because we ran out of these little side tabs here. I remember we ran out of space, and so my entire party died, and I was just by myself as a warrior, and I'm like, all right, I have to solo take this entire fight because I definitely want to do this again. And I was just like, oh, I hate this so much. I think the roulette took like 30, 35 minutes, something like that, because I had to solo tank. I basically had to solo tank the final boss, and I had to solo tank the first boss too, because we had two people who had never done the dungeon before. They kept dying, and then our hero just kept getting caught out, and it was just so unfortunate and awkward. Oh, it's definitely possible. It's 100% possible, but it takes a long time, like a really, really long time for it to happen. But oh god, it sucks so bad. Because then at that point I'm just tanking the giant laser beam, and I have no choice about it either. And I'm like, god damn it, I hate this.
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alizé!
You are a mistake.
The line's still funny. I don't know what about it is. It's just I don't know. I remember hearing that line for the first time and I couldn't stop laughing, just because it's like, one, so fitting for his character, but then also it's so mean. Like, it's something that you would tell a friend. It was like something that you would tell like a friend who insulted you. Like, you're a mistake. It's like, ouch, dude. Damn.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
More prattle.
Well, they're dead. Feels bad.
Fool. Who are you? No one. Nothing.
Am I the only one that noticed that Emmett Soak, that's the same line from the Gremlin from the cinematic? Because like anyone else that I've watched, no one has noticed that. The fool, who are you? No one, nothing. It's like that's the same thing that the Gremlin says in the trailer, or in the cinematic trailer. But no, everyone I've watched, no one has made that connection.
Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away, but that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
And then they could have just left it out in the cinematic, but meh. I noticed it, but figured they just didn't want us to know it was him. I mean, yeah. But even still, though. I like to believe that Emmett Soak would take the form of a gremlin.
Of my future.
I like to think that I could see him doing that. He's troll enough that it's like he probably would.
You. Why waste your final moments in futile defiance?
And actually, the reason I think that is because of this.
Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
Hey, you cannot tell me that he would be so petty. He would not be so petty enough to be the form of gremlin to do that as well. You cannot tell me. I think it's intentional. I think they wanted it to be a gremlin, and I think they wanted it to be like, yeah, it's definitely Emmett. I think like for sure. It's
You
like, yeah.
see? The light will not be denied. Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you. Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours.
He said it was ours, by the way. He's willing to share. I'm down for it. Fuck everyone else.
Fight it. You have to hold on.
Actually dead. They're actually dead. Legit. 100%. They died. Oh man, I can't believe my husband killed my daughter and my friends. Fuck. Is this what hell is like? Oh, hey, ghost boyfriend.
If you
Best
had the
boys right
strength
there, so who
to take another
cares?
step,
Luck.
Could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
What? All by myself? Arbor, I don't know about this, man. I could save my world, but like 2 worlds, that's a lot of work. And I'm a little lazy. Like, that's a lot of work, honestly.
Take it. We fight as one.
god, it's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
I won't lie, this took me a little while to understand. Like, no, this confused me a little bit. I kind of figured it out the first time, but I was also like, I'm not entirely sure what just happened.
That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How... I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, Eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Damn you all!
God, it still gets me pumped. It still gets me amped. Oh, so good. God. I still watch the cinematic actually. I do still occasionally, like, when I feel like going down memory lane, I'll watch the cinematic again. I just, so good. So unbelievably great, actually. Also, great line. The victor shall write the tale and the vanquished become his villain. Such a good line. Amazing, like it's such a chilling line. So good.
I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
All right, home stretch. It's finished strong, baby. By Emmett Selk's own words, you are no one, nothing. Your life a ghastly mockery of past perfection, utterly devoid of meaning. Yet despite his endless refutations of your worth, mankind has dreamed and struggled and survived. Even now, you fight to preserve your future and spare two worlds from unimaginable destruction. The moment has come to make your stand, to call upon every last reserve of strength. Fight for those who shared your journey and for those you met along the way. Fight for those who awaited your coming across the boundaries of time and space. From distant stars yet undimmed, you are joined by seven summoned champions, for only together can you hope to prevail against the staggering might of this ancient Ascian, the immortal and implacable Hades. And now we play the oh-so-fun waiting game of queuing in. Oh, so good. Oh, it's like, can I leave? Like, I can't leave, man. I can't. Alright, so we finish yeah, so this is it. This is the last part of Shadowbringers, and then we'll be all done, which feels good. I'm probably not gonna run through patch quests for New Game Plus just because I've already streamed them, so I mean it's really nothing too terribly interesting there. Well, I queued in a lot faster than I thought we would, so that's good. Lolly ho, ho, lolly ho, ho. Watch the cutscene. I have a good idea as to who I'm commending at the end of this. The Black Mage. Emmett, why you do this to me? We do it so that we prove our worth. Prove that we are fit for his hand in marriage.
Darkness reigns.
Double, double. Double up.
You are worthy. Your king is mine to command.
I remember doing this for the first time and seeing this mechanic go off. I'm like, do we stand in these? Nope. No, we do not stand in these. This was a mistake. That was fast. I always forget that there's an ad phase. Like, I always forget that there's a freaking ad phase here. Because there's no ad phase in, there's no ad phase in, Extreme. Yeah, hitbox, which, yeah, the explosion is massive as well, which makes it even worse. Yeah.
Stifled by this vessel of flesh.
Also, great final boss track. Absolutely amazing final boss track.
Behold, a sorcerer of hell tremble before my glory.
I really love the extreme of this fight. The extreme version of this fight is so much fun. Like, it's actually so fucking cool. Even with the even with like there's a safe zone actually that's like a really small safe zone where you can avoid all the mechanics for. But even with that, like, oh my god, the last phase of the extreme version is so awesome. Oh, that's me. Oh god, why? Why? I think that was me in the paladin. It's fine, he doesn't know. It's okay.
Drown in despair.
Oh, we skipped the jail, huh? Okay, that's cool. Neat. Might be a controversial opinion, but I actually really like active time maneuvers, specifically active time maneuvers that show who fucks it up. Like, legit. I love active time maneuvers that tell you, like, who messed it up. The paladin, he almost didn't make it. He almost didn't make it. Almost. But those are my favorite active times, where you know it, like, you can just see the person like, oh, you're not gonna make it, huh? That sucks. Those are my favorite ones. No one LB'd, so I did it. No one LB'd, so I did it. Man. The Warrior of Light one drove me crazy at first because I thought I was messing it up. What do you mean you mean the extreme version of Warrior Light, or just oh no, you meant the active time? Yeah, because the active time for Seed of Sacrifice is you have to you all have to succeed, which is like so awkward. Yeah, it's super awkward because you all have to make it in order to keep going, which is like super awkward. Because if you don't make it, it's like, you know at least somebody messed it up, and that blows. It's also hard. It's also a really hard active time. Yeah, it doesn't help that the active time is actually, like, really difficult. I remember doing it for the first time, and I'm like, this will be easy. And I'm like, wait, hold on, why is it? Wait, stop. Like, please stop it. Stop.
Enough, damn you.
Also, Thancred. Ultimate Chad move. Thancred busts in. I'm about to do what the kids call a pro gamer move.
Infernal strength!
Are y'all ready for this shit? I don't think y'all ready for this shit. Y'all ready? Cause here comes the... Wait for it. Wait for it. Boom. And just like that, I'm sad again. Still epic, I agree. Still epic. Still hurtful.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
I remember doing this for the first time. The first time I did this, I remember the scene playing and I go, I'm not happy. I remember just saying that out loud. I was just like, I'm sad. Like, I'm upset, actually. I think I'm the bad guy here. Like, actually, though, I think I'm the bad guy.
More importantly, how do you fare?
What dost thou see?
Look with your special eyes, Justola.
Ether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiac, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his...
I mean, that's all I got. We really are. We actually are. We're actually the bad guys. And it just feels so bad.
Under the strain of that
God damn it.
incredible flood of ether,
I'm just
your
sad
soul
now.
had begun to break apart. Yet now it seems
Literally
somehow
every villain that we killed in this game, I'm like, hey, all good, all G.
I tried
Now
to
I'm
help
just
you before
like
the battle,
upset.
but Selk stopped me.
Also,
So, how did you... exactly what did you...
I have to think about it again.
Can you tell
I
us
think our
what
death
happened?
count is our death count's at 6, I think. 6. I guess you could chalk it up to, like, if you count Vothri and Emmett, I guess it's 8. No. Yes. Yes, 8. 6 plus 2 is 8. Got it. I can do math. Shut up. Shut up, guys. Yeah, so surprisingly not as many deaths. As far as deaths, notable deaths. Surprisingly not as many notable deaths as I thought there would be, but still a good amount. Like, a lot more than you would expect, but still like, huh. Oh shit, did I miss a sad part? You missed a couple sad parts.
I see.
Oh, I'm peeking a lot now. I'm still getting used to my mic stand, so not entirely sure what's too loud just yet. So I'm still getting used to it.
Where to start?
Sounds great though when you're not peeking.
I believe I owe you.
You're peeking like 90% of the time, but that 10% though is
you,
great.
Most especially.
turn it down just a little bit more. Could probably stand to be further away. Yeah, probably. But if I'm farther away, how am I able to say like this then? Don't yell into the mic. Is this better for you? Is that better? Would you prefer this instead?
'Tis good to be awake.
It's worse. It's worse. Yeah, you don't like the ASMR? You're not a fan? I'm trying to think of things that I could whisper that are not sexy. Oh, I got it. Tax evasion. Money laundering. Are we good?
So those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words.
Heroic.
You need only look up there for proof of that.
I've made myself uncomfortable. I've made myself uncomfortable.
As you
no,
say,
I've tricked myself.
They're sure to be back. Any moment now. Any moment.
Any moment. Is it good? Is that good?
They are coming back, aren't they?
Nope, we're dead. We died.
Sort of.
Nope, we're fucking dead, yo. We're actually fucking dead. Feels bad.
They're there, dear. Everything will be all right.
So anyways, as I was saying though, yeah, 6 deaths, 6 notable character deaths in Shadowbringers. So like a lot more than I think any of the other games, any of the other expansions had, but like I expected there to be more though. I thought for sure there would be more, but like it's still a lot. Considering like Shadowbringers or not Shadowbringers, Stormblood had I don't know, like 2, 3. Heavensward had 1, I think. No, 2. Heavensward had 2. Stormblood had like 2 or 3. Actually, 2. Arguably 1 or 2. Stormblood. They're like 6 though in Shadowbringers. So people fucking died in Shadowbringers.
We'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Take me.
Well.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
Mark that one down. He's dead.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
He must have fallen behind.
He also died.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up sooner or later.
I love how nonchalant they are about like the fact that Urianger probably drowned. Like, they're so unbelievably nonchalant about it. Like, he's fine. We'll find him eventually. Like, we'll find his corpse at the very least one of these days. Like,
and thus did salvation come to the first.
he's fucking dead, dude. Also, you're probably not gonna see it because my camera's in the way. But I'll point. I'll point it out
with Emmett-Selt's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were.
You're not gonna be. It's gonna be in the lower left corner, but you're not gonna be able to see it because I'm in the way. And I'm too lazy to turn my camera off. I'm too lazy to deal with it. You can go back and watch the cutscene yourself.
Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain.
Imagine if they didn't, though. Imagine Mount Gulg just stayed up there the entire time.
This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on.
So down in the bottom left corner, you can actually see Urianger face down in the water, which is something that I never noticed until I saw someone. I watched someone else play, and someone in their chat had pointed it out, which I'd never noticed that originally. So I thought that was a funny little touch that he's literally face down in the water in the bottom left corner of the screen with hands to the lion.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life.
Here's something else I'm going to point out. Arbert, right? Thumbs up. Arbert, awesome, bro. His axe is clean. Many people, myself included, noticed that. Though, a lot of people were like, oh my god, that's so sweet, his axe, it's all clean now.
So
he's
he's
not burdened by that. I'm gonna call bullshit on this. You wanna know why I'm gonna call bullshit on this? It's because Arbert's axe is the ARR relic weapon axe through one of the stages. And you wanna know something? You get that fucking clean axe first, and then you get the bloodied one, and it's more powerful. So if anything, Arbert actually got a downgrade, and I'm not here for it. He deserves better, damn it! Actually got a weaker weapon, alright? Just goes to show you that doing crime is actually much more lucrative than doing good deeds.
Such is the
Just say
hero's lot.
Just fucking say
to
it.
Touch the lives of countless others.
Yeah, the relic is bloodied, yeah. It gets, you get the regular axe,
You're the warrior
and
of
then
darkness,
and
aren't
then
you?
like the next stage is that it's all bloodied, and then I think the stage after that it gets all glowy and cool. But like, no, it gets bloody first, or it gets clean, and then you bloody it up, and then you get it all glowy.
How did you get to be so strong?
And if anything, Arbor got a downgrade, and I'm pissed about it. That's where I'm at. I'm fucking pissed about it. Fucking casuals would say, "Oh man, he's cleansed himself of his guilt, and he's no longer and he's cleaned his axe, and he's free now." And that's what fucking casuals would say. Fucking true Final Fantasy, true warriors of light would know. True warriors of light know that is an injustice, and that fucking weapon is not gonna get me a clear. All right. Fucking goodwill and guilty-free consciences do not get me a clear in Savage, okay? So that's where I'm fucking at. This credits is fine. I think it was just younger since he didn't have the facial facial hair. I mean, yeah, also that. But it's whatever. But that's beside the point. Okay. I knew the Knights Blessed were amongst the revelers, but the Crystarium was so crowded I thought it safe to speak my true name. Poor Runar and his ilk were gripped with panic. As you may recall, 'tis customary not to reveal one's true name outside of family and ceremony. Yet when I hurried to explain that all present were like family, I was greeted with an outpouring of tears. An emotional people, the Blessed. It would seem I don't know my own limits. I had thought to push on till dawn, but my body had other plans. Still, I did enjoy the carousing while it lasted. Even I need to forget my cares every now and then. What I don't need is to wake up to Alphino smirking at my bedside. He said my face was a rare sight while I slept. Gods, I hope I wasn't drooling. It would seem that the city celebrated long into the night. Not that I would know. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I woke to find myself in the infirmary, having apparently collapsed from exhaustion. My aching pride was somewhat soothed by the sight of Alize asleep in the bed next to mine. She must have been just as weary. Long has it been since I've seen her face so peaceful in repose. Ah, 'twas a rare, tranquil morning, made unforgettable by the sight of those clear blue skies. The ending to this tale hath been a joyous one indeed. Myriad were the lessons learned, yet there is one of particular import. 'Tis imperative that I master magics to grant my feet purchase upon the water, or else allow me to part the sea at will. I must needs visit Bismarck in due course, and scrub his teeth in thanks. Mayhap the airy arts of the fairy whale might be imparted to mortal men. We shall see. We shall see. So probably didn't have the stronger axe at that point. No, bullshit. Still bullshit. Still bullshit. He got that axe in death now. It's nonsense. Fucking nonsense. People came from bombs around to join the festivities, but most seem to have stumbled home by now. Even so, I dare say Norvrent will echo to the sound of clinking mugs for some while yet. I thought to indulge in a little revelry myself last night, until Urianger began to list all the names of my drunken conquests. I ended up drinking water. Water. Oof. Oh, sure, you will. No ill after effects. To my eyes, you seem completely healed. It really is a miracle. Speaking of happy surprises, I was amazed to see the crowd that greeted our return. I didn't realize just how many people we'd met along the way. And did you see their smiles? Right then and there, I vowed to do whatever I could to keep that joy from fading.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
Woo!
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
Unless the future still fucking happens.
So I do.
My god.
I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history? Either way,
magic.
This is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world.
Well, that didn't happen for multiple reasons. Feels bad.
Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the first.
Well, shit.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Actually, this is a very interesting point to talk about, because so his death was supposed to release them, and then they would go back to the Source, right?
There are people here I still need to thank, and this means
spoiler alert for 5.3, he still dies, and that didn't work. So with that in mind, like, if he had died in MSQ in 5.0, we would have been extra fucked. We would have been super fucked then, because we definitely know that wasn't gonna work.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone.
Like, that's super awkward.
Be sure and give a full report to our fellow sires, would you?
Nah.
Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure she arrives within the city next time.
Oof, shots fucking fired.
Of course.
Does he
I
really
shall strive for
canonically
utmost
die?
accuracy. No strange forest.
I guess canonically, I guess it's hard to say. I would say yes. I would say yeah. Canonically, he does die. But at the same time, like, it is hard to say.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared.
Just right out of existence.
But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh.
Dude, if they made a Final Fantasy XIV movie, I would probably watch it. I feel like it would actually, it's hard to, I would want it to be good. I think it could be good if they made a Final Fantasy XIV movie, but there are things that they would have to, like, kind of
that I would give anything
plug,
to
like,
stand at
there are
that
certain
hero's
plot holes they would
side.
have to kind of fix a little bit, just a little bit. And it's primary, I think the biggest thing is, like, obviously it's like the Warrior of Light needs a name. You can't just keep calling them Warrior of Light and get away with it, you know? But, like, I would watch a Final Fantasy XIV movie, 100%.
Would that it was so easy.
They did something about a daddy lull. Okay, that's almost insensitive, almost. But I know what you're talking about, which is also very. It also wasn't a movie. I think it was a series. I think. No, wait. No, you're right. It was a movie. It was a movie. It was Dad of Light, which, by the way, I read that story. Fucking so touching. It's so heartwarming and just so it's so heartwarming and wholesome. Like, it's actually super heartwarming and wholesome. If you haven't read or watched Dad of Light, highly go recommend it. It's so good. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source.
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Same as the others. Struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty.
Estinian's got jokes. Estinian's got jokes.
Forgive me. These were your people.
Oh, I guess actually, you know what? I think Gaius.
They took advantage of
Gaius
this
is like
slaughter
is
to
husband
slip
number
into the
7,
palace.
right?
'Tis not for me to grieve.
Like, actually though? Yeah, actually though, Gaius is husband number 7. Oh, wait, no. Wait, hold up.
Wait!
Actually, wait, hold on. We gotta recount. Harshmont's 1, Amaric's 2, Asinian's 3, Heian's 4. Xenos actually, we can see, no, Xenos isn't husband material. Xenos is too crazy to be husband material. Really? Do you not see Gaius? Do you not see the man that is the Black Wolf?
Gaius.
Fucking Gaius is so hot. Actually, though, Gaius is legitimately so fucking hot. When you meet him, his voice is so deep. Oh my god.
Identify yourself, demon!
Alright, he doesn't do a good job showcasing it now because he's angry and he's yelling. But, like, in normal, casual conversation, oh my fucking god. Ask anyone, they'll agree with me.
Fled rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
Xenos got that big dumpy back.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a paragon's
You see, guys, I
words.
guess, yeah, right?
A mistake I do not
Yeah.
intend to repeat.
I'll never get what people see in Xenos. I mean, like, Xenos isn't husband material, but, like, you have hate sex with Xenos. Like, you don't have a relationship with Xenos, but you definitely have hate sex. 100% you have hate sex.
Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole
100%. Xenos is
foolish, greedy son.
Xenos, for
Was a
pun
second
intended,
life
a
not
booty
enough?
call.
What's the Empire too
100%.
much a prize to ignore?
Like, you're not settling down with Xenos, no, but like, hey, you want some fun on the side? Hells yeah.
True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this
You don't even
throne
like
is
Xenos?
beyond
You don't like Xenos as a villain? What? Xenos is a great villain! Xenos is awesome!
'Tis you,
Xenos
Father,
is probably
who
like
have
my favorite
struggled
villain
with
in this
burden.
game, actually, though.
Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your
Because
limited
like, and like Hex and I, we
faculties.
talked about this on the podcast previously, but like, the
you may
thing,
take
the thing about
comfort
Xenos,
knowing that
the
I
thing
have
that
no
makes Xenos
intention of
so
pursuing your tedious
amazing
agenda.
is because he's
Nor
yeah,
am I
Hex,
interested in
he's
ruling over the
literally
Empire's
just
lands.
evil. He's just pure actual evil,
I
and it's so
aim
fucking
only
good.
to remove that
It's
which ruins
so
my
fucking
sport.
great, dude.
I will not have my prey
He
stolen
doesn't
by
have a
your
real easy
petty
reason for it.
wars
He doesn't need
and
to.
cowardly weapons.
He doesn't need to. That's what makes it better. He doesn't have to have a reason. The fact that he doesn't have a reason just makes it better. So good. Solely fueled so he can feel something through murder. So great. I can, and
I need
Devil's
no
Advocate,
other
I can see why some people are
Any
like
and
not
all
interested in that.
who
It's very
interfere
one-dimensional.
with
I
my
totally
hunt.
get it. It's very one-dimensional. It can be a little
Will
boring,
not do
but
so
like
twice.
it doesn't like sometimes the simplest reason is the best. He's just here to fucking throw down, kill shit,
heard the
and
Ascians
that's it.
speak of
And it's
Zodiac,
awesome.
an island.
There's no complicated politics.
will
There's
of
no
the stars
overarching
is but a
plot.
construct
Nah,
of our own
dude.
making.
We're going back to our roots. We're going back to it.
We shall gorge
Hells
upon
yeah.
their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
Xenos!
That's why Dark Knight Joker was so good, and people gave him so much credit, and then look at other villains. He's not deep, but the Joker is. Yeah, exactly. Fucking the Joker is so fucking cool. Dark Knight Joker is so great because he's insane. It's the best way to describe Xenos is the same as Michael Caine. Is that the actor's name? The guy who plays Alfred, Michael Caine, right? Literally, it's the best description is that some men just want to watch the world burn. And I'm just like, yes! Yes! I want more! He doesn't have to have a reason to do anything. The fact that he doesn't makes it that, which I would argue that the fact that Xenos doesn't have a reason makes him more compelling. Because he goes against any and all rational thoughts. You know, like any rational, sane person wouldn't want to destroy the world. Most rational and sane people don't want to kill millions upon millions just because they're bored. You know, but because Xenos does that, it goes so far against, it's so far against what a normal person would think. I would argue makes it more compelling because it's like, you want there to be a reason. You want there to be some other motivation, but there isn't. I'll agree that I can see why people who are just evil can be appealing, but for that reason, that it's just mindless is why I don't like this stuff. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. But I would argue that Xenos isn't really. It's not necessarily mindless because there is a base point as to why he does it. There is like a base point. He's not just killing just because of like murder, whatever. But like because he uses murder because it's fun, and there technically is a goal, a loose goal, but there is a goal. But Joe, is it really you? Right. Anyways, we gotta talk to Tatara real quick. But how? When? We didn't think you'd be back for ages. I could go. You want me to step? I could go again. Like I could step out. Like, oh, don't be daft. I just can't believe you're actually back. We heard the good news from your pixie friend, but nothing compares to seeing you in the flesh. As for the situation on this site, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. From what I'm told, the Garlean armies have been slow to react and seem reluctant to commit to any large-scale engagements. It's an odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we've yet to see any sign of that awful Black Rose weapon we were warned about. Oh, but I suppose we did call an old friend to help out on that count. It's depressing and awful, but it is an aspiration for him, yes. Krala and I had a terrible time tracking him down, though it will be worth it to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Anyway, I was just about to make contact with this helper of ours, and then confirm the latest news from the front. Might you fancy having a rest while I do? Ah, the warrior of light, back where she belongs, just as if nothing had happened. Though you do seem different somehow. You'll have to tell me all about your adventures when we next have a spare moment. Until then, welcome back. Oblivion has claimed him. Emetzelk, gone. La Habrea, gone. I alone remain, the last of the unbroken. Once more, I am moved to reevaluate the potential of these tattered souls. Ah, Xenos. Never did I dream you could overpower me so completely, possessed as I was of your body and all its uncanny strength. And now that I have shared with you the truth of this world and its reflections, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Emissary. What a poor jest that title has become. The flow of history has become muddied, its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. You have wrested the advantage, Heidelin. The thieving hands of your disciples tighten their grip on our star. The origins of the world remain hidden and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of imperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your champion has indeed proven the most egregious obstacle to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, she may yet be removed and cast into the abyss. Oh yes, it can be done. I will keep these heroes mired in the first, and victory will be ours at last. Warriors are darkness now, are they? Then their fate is decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before, death at the hands of warriors of light. Moon's haunted. It seems you were right. Yes, there is something out there. But it would mean crossing moms and moms with this infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures as I understand it. Even were we to restrict ourselves to brief forays, I don't like to imagine the effect it would have on our ether. But you still want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. Ah, when you put it that way. What choice do we have? Well, of course I'm going with you. That's what family's for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. I think you mean thank you, Dad? How dare you? You treat your father with some respect, young lady. I know what that is. We're not doing Eden. We're not well, maybe we could do Eden. I'll think about it. Through the blazing skies give way to gentle night. What hand something something to dark and light. I didn't read it. Fuck! Alright. We have completed Shadowbringers! Alright. And that is it on that note. Guys, that is it for me tonight. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream. I will see you guys back here tomorrow for something I don't actually know. But tomorrow will be the last stream that I have for the week because I'm actually going on vacation starting Thursday. So I will see you guys back here for something. Maybe we'll mess around in Final Fantasy. Maybe we'll do like some tome grinding or what or something like that. I don't know just yet. Maybe we'll do some more New Game Plus and like other stuff, but I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, now we wait for Endwalker to come out. It's gonna be a good time. But as always, though, my name is Shogun Shin. You are the audience. And I'll see you guys next time.